Alright, folks. Welcome to the Kelt Show. Today, I thought I would start with a bonus before we get into Metatron's video analysis. And this is something that I wrote that I wanted to publish. I have seen recently at least a couple of YouTubers mention that the etymology of the English word dog. And by the way, why is it that we're talking about this at all? It's not going to be Celtic. So why is it on the Kelt Show? Well, we on the Kelt Show, we're about the logos and the pursuit of truth in every situation, in every field, is in itself its own reward. And so today we're going to start with this bonus because I have been very curious about the word dog, and of course everyone will tell you that it's the etymology of dog is unknown in English. We're talking about the animal, right? The pet. There is, however, a paper that sort of surveyed the field and showed us where they left off. In other words, where the researchers and the scholars and lexicographers left off their research with regards to trying to find the etymology of dog. And I suppose we should start from there. And so let's go ahead and find that paper. And the name of the paper, let me go get it. The name of the paper is the etymology of Old English Dakka. So this is good already. Let me see if this is the exact same conclusion that I reached. Of course, my conclusion was just an echoing of the paper's conclusion, but in a more fleshed out way. Yeah, exactly. I did take it from that route as well. So in this case, Google is, well, we can't say what, we don't know if it is this or not, but this is my guess, and I will read to you after we read the paper, what I wrote about this. But that's also where I think it's from. And so this, we do have a, we can trace this back. And it would be to a Proto-Indo-European root, meaning to swirl. Let me see if I can find this on maybe Wikipedia. Wiktionary, I mean. But let's go ahead and open up the paper first. This must be it. And in fact, the entry for this should have, oh there you go, should have the link. Yeah, I guess my argument is a little bit more convincing than this, because why would dog come from dark and dusky? Right? Let me see if I can wait for this water hammer to go away a little bit. back in pure silence. So, I hadn't come across this alternative before, but that's funny because it's. I'm not sure why it would be Hunduk and not Hundga, right? So, it's not very justified, I suppose, but it could be. But let me see if it does trace this all the way. Yeah, this is the one. So cognate with Latin fuscus, of course. Now this. I wonder if this is wind or wind. Let me check my writing on it again here to see exactly which root it should be. Swirl, muddy, cloudy. Of course, this is going to be in German. Right. Yeah, this is the root. This one, number 4. So it means swirl together, muddy, cloudy, unclean water, stun, dizziness, vortex, darkening, bland, dull, to stir up, suffering from spinning, sickness. So it lists it as to scatter, swirl, especially of dust, smoke, steam, to blow, waft, breath, hence the steam, evaporate, smell, stink. To storm, be in violent, turbulent motion, also emotionally to set in violent, swirling motion, to shake. So, let me go to the paper that left this subject off. It's 6 pages long, it seems. No, actually, it's going to be more because it's going to be at least double, maybe like 10 pages. But we're going to go straight to the point here. So basically, it talks about how several authors have tried to trace it, and then that efforts at all have dwindled. Explore some words for dogs, I suppose, in other words, in other Proto-Indo-European branches. It should also be noted in several lineages that the inherited words have been replaced by innovations, so it says that it could be harder than it seems to find, I suppose. No obvious cognates outside of English. I also did not find cognates, well, not meaning dog, but of course there are cognates once you identify a root, as I'm doing here with this one. I think this is the one, and I'm gonna show this through this paper. In other words, it's not an original thought, but at least I think he just well, at least Wiktionary is giving that root, which I agree on, but I think this paper is the originator of it, if I remember correctly. Must have been synonymous with hound. Dog, like hound, was used in surnames. Does the analysis of dog. Alright, derivation. Alright, so here, and I think this is very tiny. Let me see. Maybe it's good enough. Maybe I can zoom in a little more. There we go. I can't highlight, so I don't know where I'm reading. So on the first line now, on the right, at the end, practically the only word that fits the bill is the sparsely attested color adjective dox. Doch, whose pre-metathetic counterpart dusk is reflected as dusk in Middle English. Basically, then dogga would have been the hypochoristic, or like a cute term derived from this dox. Now, I think it is correct in suggesting this, and I think this is the root of dog, but I think it doesn't justify it properly, you see, because it keeps on talking about dusk, which, alright, but why would the dog be dusky? You still haven't justified it. Oh, because some dogs are dusky, you know? That's what it's trying to argue here. But like, where else has this happened? I suppose it will argue elsewhere, if I remember correctly. Let me move on. Let's see. Oh, see, it tries to justify it here. If one imagines a fawn or brindle dog with a dark mask, the typical colors of a mastiff, for example, dox seems to be appropriate enough Dogs seems to be appropriate enough as a descriptive adjective. Dogga would then be a hypochoristic epithet, exactly like Blaeka, formally and abbreviate. Sure. So it's saying that even it would have been a clipping of a larger complete phrase that would have been dusky dog. So it's not even arguing that this dusky was specifically well, it became the epithet, but it didn't start as it started as simply an adjective qualifying the dog. All right. Tabby, grizzly, yeah. Tabby. And then it stops there. All right. And so I first want to give the credit here to this paper. Again, I think this is the paper that leaves the discussion off. And I am not going to say anything that the paper hasn't said in terms of Proto-Indo-European roots. I do think that the paper identifies when it says that practically the only word that fits the bill as the roots for this hypochoristic will have been dox, and I think that's correct. And if I'm not mistaken, that is traced by this famous lexicographer and etymologist as to this root. Let me see if I can find it here. I thought it was gonna be here. Because of the K, maybe. Maybe here, somewhere. Let me check my searchable version here. But you're not gonna see it. I just want to make sure, see if at least it will have that root at all. going to see if I can put the version that I have that is searchable on the screen. And then we'll get this show moving. I should be able to find this. Should be in this folder somewhere, I think. Let me make sure this is it. I'm back in 10 seconds. Yeah, that's it. So let's see if Old English Docs is even here. Is this the one? Yeah. And the root is the number 4. Or no, rather that it's related to the one that we were looking at. Yeah, we were looking at this one. So it's related because this one is also real dissipate blow. But it's not 413 then the root. It's 416 dissipate blow. And then it's right here. And let me see what I wrote here, because I think it helps justify this root. So I'm gonna read. It goes. Oh, now I opened the wrong thing. Hold on. There you go. So I say, its origin remains one of the great mysteries of English etymology, according to Etymonline. In fact, historians of English seem to have lost interest in the word. That's, I think, from that paper. At best, commenting on its form. Since no etymological source suggests itself, dog has apparently been shelved, together with other words of dubious derivation. And if I'm not mistaken, this paper that we just read is from 2006. Let me verify this. Where is it? Bottom of the page? No. It doesn't say here. Where's the most recent paper? So the 2001. So yeah, I'm pretty sure this is from 2006. This paper. That's what I wrote when I. And then there's a paper here cited from 2001. On the right page, second from the bottom. So yeah, I'm gonna say it's from 2006, the last that I checked. And in 2006, this person here, let me put them on the screen again. I don't know how to pronounce their name, but I'm gonna try. It's like Gaciorowski, Piotr Gaciorowski, challenged this agnostic attitude. And I say, I think he successfully found the correct Proto-Indo-European etymological root of dog, along with its cognates in other languages. Proto-Indo-European root DHEU4, which is, I thought that I was, but now I have to, I'm in doubt, but I thought at first that this was it. Let me see what this comment means. Also seems to be include extension. Okay, so it's an extension of, but what is the extension? I didn't notice. Oh, because an S. Okay. Oh, hence docs. Alright. Because then it's like a metathesis. Alright, so it's like an S extension of that root. So I say that it indeed comes from that root. And I also say that Proto-Indo-European root indeed meant several dull colors, like brown, gray, dun, and a parallel evolution from brownish gray dun to mongrel cur. And cur, let me show the word here that I'm talking about. Whoops. This word, meaning dog. Let's see where it's from. Perhaps. Okay, but what's the how far back can I go? Guard dog from cur, grumbling. I was just gonna say it's onomatopoeic. Ah, yeah, there you go. So it just comes from the dog going. All right. So let me close this one. We don't need it. So what I say here is and a parallel evolution from brownish gray dun to mongrel cur as the informal name for a dog can be found in Polish burak. So let me see. And it means dog mutt, a farmyard watchdog, as he noticed. So that was something that he suggested, and that's why I thought that he was going to justify it. Let me see if I can find this here. I kind of remember where it was. There you go. Bottom left. Third line from the bottom. Note also the neatly parallel example of Polish burak, a demotic term for mongrel cur. Example, a farmyard watchdog, derived from the color adjective buri, brownish gray dun. So I think that's why I want to give full credit to this paper, because he not only identifies the only likely root in Proto-Indo-European, but also he finds a perfect parallel. I mean, in Polish you do have a mutt dog, mongrel cur, being derived from the term meaning brownish gray dun. And so I think that that should be the answer. It simply comes from that. It's just a parallel, and also it's good to find a Polish parallel because before Proto-Germanic started facing Celtic, it was facing Proto-Slavic. I can show you this, I think, in one of these tabs that I might still have open. Oh, did I close it already? I thought I still had open. Oh yeah, there it is. Here it is. So see, pre-Germanic from here, the one that I'm selecting here. You see, before 2500 BC was connected with Proto-Slavic and not with Celtic. And then after 2500 BC, with the Beaker phenomenon, it started connecting with Celtic and not with Slavic anymore after 1800 BC. So between 2500 BC and 2100 BC was still connected with both Slavic and Celtic. And the Slavic connection came from these coordinate-ware cultures east of the Rhine. So I continue to say here, however, a more obvious etymology for dog from that same root can be found. So I haven't read this in a while. I wrote this, so it's almost as new to me as it is to you, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't remember what I wrote, of course. I make a lot of notes. And maybe I'll disagree with myself in the past. I don't know. We'll see what I said. So I say that it's from the same root. So I say, however, a more obvious etymology for the dog, from that same root can be found. So I say that it comes from Middle English dog, or dogge, D-O-G-G-E, after 1200 AD, from Old English dokge, that word that we saw here in the paper. And that word in its turn, let me grab a place to write here. I just need a place to put these notes. So it then comes from this Old English word dockincal, which meant bastard. Now this is my suggestion. This is now my original writing. This no longer comes from the paper. This is my revisiting the paper and suggesting a better route to that same Proto-Indo-European roots. If only we grab from this, and instead of going to that dox, we go to this word, dockincal, which meant bastard, because that is literally, right, mixed hybrid, and that's what you call dogs. You call them mutts. I think that's what I'm gonna argue. Let's see, from Proto-Indo-European. Okay, that same root, swirl together, muddy. Sure. That's what I was reading before. Hence, hybrid mixed. Okay. And then I continue. Now I'm reading off the screen. Latin begener. It's written this way. Biracial, hence literally hybrid, mixed, is glossed as duck in the 10th century as duck. Hence, the semantic evolution is from Proto-Indo-European to swirl to mixed to Old English hybrid to mutt as bastard, to Middle English mutt as dog, already completely fossilized, without any hint of the meaning hybrid. Old English dog, this one here that we saw, meaning bastard, died out around 1050 AD, so 1050 AD, in the transition to Middle English, as Middle English dogga rose in use around 1200 AD. Despite the straightforward semantic evolution from mixed to mongrel, the Proto-Indo-European root that we saw also meant several dull colors like brown, gray, dun, and the parallel evolution from brownish gray dun to mongrel cur, as the informal name for a dog, can be found in Polish Burek, as noted already by Piotr Gasiorowski. And then I have some notes to my to what I just said that should complement that, but I think I'm not sure if they help. Let me read ahead a little bit. One note that is interesting is that this Dokga that we have been seeing, or the one that came up here, you might have noticed that it has this star here. Usually that star means that it's not attested. Well, it also means it's not attested here. So then you would think, how then do we know that it was like this? The word that we have attested is something like this. Dokgena. And this is in Prudentius Psychomachia. In his gloss to the Latin word canum. And this is from Kirka 1050 AD. And let me read the second note that I have here because it's much, much longer. Yeah, it doesn't add anything. It's just showing more precisely the evolution as far as we can trace, but it doesn't help justify this. But yeah, it shouldn't be a mystery. It should be very justifiable that it is this root right here. And the justification that Piotr Gasiorowski, I'm not sure how to pronounce, gave is very good. I think is the best justification. Here at the bottom left, third line from the bottom, he finds a perfect parallel in Polish. And but I think that it can be made easier if we simply go through these Dok and Kel words, because then you go straight to this, you can attest actually this bastard word, meaning, I suppose, to these words, which then allow you to jump to these words that simply mean mutt, and then calling a dog a mutt is simply something that I suppose every language does. You know, like a street dog, you call it a mutt, and you don't need to try and justify the word as Piotr Gasiorowski tried to in this paper, as something coming from the meaning of brownish gray or dun, because not all dogs are that color, and I think it's more justifiable that it came from the idea of mutt than this justification that it came from brownish gray or dun, from a color. So that's my contribution. The Proto-Indo-European root remains the same as Piotr Gastrowski indicated in this paper, and so all credit goes to him. I just had a better path, I suppose, in my opinion, better to get to that root instead of being through the color, being simply to this through this idea of mutt. And so the dog would not be the brownish, it would not be the brownish gray dun animal, because that's lots of other animals are also brownish gray and dun. But it would be instead about it being a mutt, which dogs are likely the only animals that we refer to as mutts. And so there you have it. That was really my contribution. That's the bonus that I wanted to start with. And now, let's close this up. We'll leave this etymological dictionary here. It might come in handy. We'll leave the searchable version. Alright, so let's pick up from where we left off with Metatron. I believe this was the video. 331. Let me go back to my my version here on my computer. I'll go to that 331 and see what was the last thing that he said. So he starts off very strong. I have to give him credit. Let me go ahead and play this part. Incidentally, it seems to be the most one of the most replayed parts. Let me finish watching this because I want to see if he gives credit to who said this. So he doesn't give the credit, but this is Strabo, and I've shown this passage before. I'm not going to go find it here unless it just comes up. Oh, it does. So let me go ahead and show you where he says. Well, basically, let me go ahead and play what Metatron says first, and then I'll show you where Strabo says that. And I'm gonna leave the subtitles here because it's late and I still haven't installed the driver to pick up the sound without needing the microphone. So I'm going to play with the microphone pointed to the speaker, but it's late, so I can't play too loud.
settlers living in Massilia.
Wait.
In approximately 600 BC, Greek settlers living in Massilia, modern-day Marseille, France, used the term Keltoi to describe the inhabitants of the Provence region. The Romans later adapted this Greek word into Latin as Celtae, Celts, and applied it broadly to all people living north of Provence, extending it into the Alpine regions.
All right. So let me go ahead and show you where he got that from. From this is Strabo, book 4, chapter 1, and line 67, I suppose, is the last. I'm sorry, no, this is the footnotes. Line 14. So book 4, chapter 1, line 14, at the end. This then is what I have to say about the people who inhabit the dominion of Narbonenses, which is Gallia Narbonensis, whom the men of former times named Celtae. And it is from the Celtae, I think, that the Galatai as a whole, now he means all the Gallians, so all the Gauls as we speak of today, were by the Greeks called Celti, on account of the fame of the Celtae, or it may be also that these Massiliotes, as well as other Greek neighbors, contributed to this result on account of their proximity. I know I said these Massiliotes, but the original says, or it may also be that the Massiliotes, as well as other Greek neighbors, contributed to this result on account of their proximity. And every time that I read this passage, I suggest strongly that Massiliotes here is simply the synonym for Celtae. I'm sorry, not a synonym. Well, it is a synonym here. And that's why I mistakenly write this as these Massiliotes, because I really think that that's what they mean. Or it may also be that the Massiliotes, because he just grabs them out of nowhere from having referred to them broadly by their territory first, the people who inhabit number 90. So, no, actually, now that I read it, the Massalia is the next city. Yeah. Oh yeah, so then the point is that but the thing is, now I have to disambiguate, because I'm not sure if by Narbonensis he means Gallia Narbonensis or just the town. Let me see if this note clarifies. It does. So it is the whole. So I was right, yeah. So it is the whole of the Gallia Narbonensis, all right? And so, let's read this again. So because the Massiliotes are, of course, inside of the Gallia Narbonensis. Let me see if I can find a map. Well, of course, I forgot the main thing that I want to ask for. This should have it. This should be even easier. Yeah. So we can see Narbo to the left on the bottom. We can see Massilia to the right at the bottom as well, near where the label for the Mediterranean Sea is. And so both these towns, or these cities, are inside of this Gallia Narbonensis in pink. All right. And so what Metatron just said is taken straight from this passage. And Strabo is saying that he thinks it was from these Celtae that the Gauls as a whole were by the Greeks called Celti, or Keltoi, as the original would say, on account of the fame of the Celtae. And here he means just these Narbonenses people, Or it may also be that the Masiliotes, so again, just another town inside of this same province, as well as other Greek neighbors, contributed to this result on account of their proximity. So this is where Metatron is taking this from. Of course, it could have given the credit, but I think that he is tempering for his audience because they're not that much into exactly following the sources that way. But this channel is interested in following the sources because that's the only way that I can justify the arguments that I'm making, I suppose. So so this is the source, and I have also shown that Siculus corroborates this. At the moment now, I'm not sure if I could find his oh, I could, yeah. So the source is going to be book 5, and it's going to be 32, paragraph 32, and then the first line. And now it will be useful to draw a distinction which is unknown to many. The peoples who dwell in the interior above Massalia, and I'm going to show you this again. Sorry. This is what I meant to do. So in the interior above Massalia, he means the interior of Narbonensis. Alright? That's what he means here. Because the interior above Massalia is this rough terrain, which is known today as the Prealps and the Alps. I mean, it was known as the Alps then, but specifically the part where these peoples lived were essentially the Prealps, as it is today. And where did I put it? Here. The peoples who dwell in the interior above Massalia, those on the slopes of the Alps, so that's why I was saying that that's who he's referencing. It's everyone in pink here on the east side. Alright? And by the way, this exact right side here in pink is where the Portuguese, so Western Iberians and Galicians, genetically plot. I will show you this later, but basically this should serve also as an argument that I'm going to be making to identify the Celts, in this case through genetics. That's also how I argue. I basically argued that because the Portuguese are found in the same place as these Alpine French in this pink part of this eastern Gallia Narbonensis territory, because they're found there in the genetic plot together with, of course, the peoples of the this very geographical territory itself, the Prealps itself. They're found together with these Western Iberians, such as Portuguese and Galicians, and I argue that the reason for that is that they're both Celts. They're both the same people. And so let me continue here. The peoples who dwell in the interior above Massalia, those on the slopes of the Alps, and those on this side of the Pyrenees mountains are called Celts. So this is Siculus directly identifying these people as Celts. Whereas the peoples who are established above this land of Celtica, so above Gallia Narbonensis, that's what he's calling Celtica here, is wherever Celts live. Iberia has also been called Celtica. Indeed, first it was called Celtica. I'll show you that later. Whereas the peoples who are established above this land of Celtica in the parts which stretch to the north, both along the ocean and along the Hercynian mountain, and all the peoples who come after these as far as Scythia, are known as Gauls. In the original, this is Galatians, because of course Gauls didn't exist as a name back then. The Romans, however, include all these nations together under a single name, calling them one and all Gauls. In this case, the original, I suppose, says Galatians again, or Gallians, because I think it says Galatians, but it's because Galatian is the Greek coordinated term to Gallians in Latin. So this passage is another passage that Metatron might be citing, and as far as I know, those are the only two passages that precisely locate the Celts as being these southern Gauls. Actually, that's not true, because in this, but they're the two authors that I know. But Strabo does this again in this same book and chapter. He does this again when he's talking about Augustus having renamed. Oh, this is, by the way, how we know that Narbonensis is, I suppose, the whole of Narbonensis, maybe. But there's something else that we can get as a clue. That might not be it. But where he talks about Augustus, yeah, he says the Celti he designated as belonging to the province of Narbonensis. Oh, by the way, this is the place where we can see that Narbonensis is the province, and of Gallia Narbonensis. And so it says here that Augustus does this as opposed to the deified Julius Caesar, who had meant by the Celti the people who extend down to the sea, down to Massilia and Narbo, but ended up naming Lugdunensis instead. I'm not sure exactly where he says that here. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah, I think this is the part that I wanted to mention. He goes back to the Julius Caesar again, because remember he was talking about first making fun of him, Julius Caesar, as the deified Caesar. Then he goes on to his successor, Augustus, who he then says properly named Narbonensis after the Celti. Then now he goes back to the Julius Caesar, so the former Caesar, but still speaking about how Augustus named the Aquitani. So let me read this. The Aquitani, Augustus designated as Julius Caesar had already done, although he added to them 14 tribes of the peoples who dwell between the Garumna and the Liger rivers. The rest of the country he divided in two parts. One part he included within the boundaries of Lugdunum as far as the upper districts of Rhenus, while the other he included within the boundaries of the Belgae. Yeah, so I thought he was going to be mentioning the previous division again, but I guess not. But this is another part that is important. He goes on to say, now, although the geographer should tell of all the physical and ethnic distinctions which have been made, whenever they are worth recording, yet as for the diversified political divisions which are made by the rulers, for they suit their government to their particular times, it is sufficient if one state them merely in a summary way, and the scientific treatment of them should be left to others. What Strabo is saying here is that Julius Caesar, the deified Caesar, should have left the naming of the provinces to the and also the naming of the peoples in these provinces specifically to ethnographers, to people like Strabo, because those are the people who can give a scientific treatment of the subject. And so that's why Strabo is taking this time to make sure to correct the record. So here again is this second place the third place altogether that I know, that southern Gaul is referred to as being the place of the Celts, where he's talking about how the deified Caesar had first actually meant to, by Celtai, only the peoples in southern Gaul, and that Augustus made that clear by assigning the Celtai to Gallia Narbonensis, designating that Gallia as Celtica in the time of Augustus, after Julius Caesar. So he's basically giving credit to Augustus and mocking Julius Caesar for getting it wrong when he said that Gauls called themselves Celts, because in fact it was only these people that extend inside of Gallia Narbonensis, according to Strabo, down to these coastal cities of Massilia and Arbo. These coastal cities of Massilia and Arbo. So that's what Strabo is saying here. So I know these three places only where the Celts are specifically told to be only these Narbonenses, these Gallians from the southern part of Gaul, from that southern province. And so that's basically the source that Metatron is citing when he means that what he just said in 331, that they're basically first named by, well, not first named, but that they were located by colonist Greeks in the southern part of Gaul, and then that name got extended by the Romans for all of the Celts. Let me see if I can play that.
Describe the inhabitants of the Provence region. The Romans later adapted this Greek word into Latin as Celtae, Celts, and applied it broadly to all people living north of Provence, extending it into the Alpine regions.
So he calls it Provence. What is the Gallia Narbonensis? It's the same thing, but Gallia Narbonensis was the more or less a term that the Roman government installed to try and be more imitative of the original, whereas Provence, of course, is simply a takeover of it completely, and doesn't have any regard for the original name of any city or province. So anyways, let me see what else he says after this, but basically I just addressed this point that he just mentioned here, so this point is correct. Now, it doesn't mean that they're original to the to that place. It just means that they were located in Gaul. Out of all of Gaul, they were located in the southern part. It doesn't mean that they're original to southern Gaul. So let me continue here. So yeah, he makes a great point here, and I really want to explore this point in detail. But let's go to a quick break, and then we'll explore it when we come back. All right, we're back. And this is a very important point that I want to make here now, that Metatron is going to make. And what I'm going to argue is that this is very, well, it was very frequently argued this way, that Metatron is going to argue. All right? It was very frequently argued this way. And then came Dr. Patrick Sims Williams, and in his paper, An Alternative to Celtic from the East and Celtic from the West. And then he argued that that way of arguing has already fallen, has become outdated. And I think that that is what Metatron is missing here, because it's already considered to be a it's not an underhanded argument, but it's preying on the ignorance of the audience. But I don't want to put it that forcibly. But basically, it exploits that ignorance. I suppose one can also be a victim of that same argument, and therefore not be a perpetrator. But I'm going to show you how this argument is kind of it was from the beginning, it was not really very defensible, and I think it was dishonestly played up to try and favor perhaps the fame of a particular museum in Germany that has, you know, Celtic things near the mouth of the Danube River. So we'll get to all of that, but basically it's a whole argument about the Danube River. Well, at least the Danube River is involved to try and locate these Celts, according to Herodotus. It's a very famous argument. You might already know what I'm talking about. And we're going to find, after we watch Metatron make the argument, we're going to find that original passage. And I'm going to read it, I'm going to illustrate it, and then you tell me. Well, basically, I can find it online already illustrated. It's going to be better than drawing. And then you tell me if the characterization that Metatron makes here in terms of casting doubt or casting ambiguity over this passage, if that's reasonable. So let me go ahead and play this part. And again, I'm not going to play it too loud. But later on in post-production, maybe I'll be able to add these video splices. So he's basically going to talk about something that Herodotus said, and that's, I think, one of the top 3 oldest sources mentioning the Celts. I think Hecataeus of Miletus is the first one, and then there's another one that I forget, and then I think Herodotus, this specific passage might be the 3rd oldest, if I remember correctly. Anyway, let's go ahead and play it.
Several ancient references require classification regarding Celtic identity. The Ister was the historical name for what we now call the Danube River.
So he starts by identifying the Danube River as having been called Ister by its ancient by the ancient peoples of the classical times. And that's important because when we'll read the passage, it's not going to say Danube. So it's never going to say Danube River. It's going to say Ister River. So that's a good way to start this argument. It's by naming and identifying the objects being talked about. So that's one of the most important ones, is the river Ister, which is the river Danube. Right? And Ister is spelled I-S-T-E-R. We'll see that.
The Silesians represented a distinct group from the...
So they're not Silesians as it says here, and also I don't think he's pronouncing it correctly. It's the Kinesians, or Cunesians, basically because it was, K-Y, because, Greek doesn't have a U, it uses Y instead. So Kynesisians. So the Kinesians is also important to talk about here, because in the passage we're going to see that he uses the Kinesians as a reference to further identify these Celts that he's talking about. Okay, so number one was the river Danube, that is called the river Ister. Number two is these peoples called, or these people rather called Kinesians, who Herodotus will argue are the westernmost people of Europe, and they border on these Celts, or rather the Celts border on Kinesians. So that's an important part that we're going to see on the original passage. And then let's move on here.
The Iberian Peninsula, whom Herodotus did not classify as Celtic people. Herodotus mentions a city called Pyrene, which we...
So I think that he moves on too fast to this Pyrene, because he talks about the Kinesians that Herodotus didn't identify as a Celtic people, but so what? The point is, he says that the Kinesians were the westernmost, and then bordering on the Kinesians were the Celtic people. Alright, so then by extension, these Kinesians were not Celtic, but the main point is not to say that they're not Celtic. The main point is to say that the Celts bordered on them, and Metatron did not make this point here. And so that's why he's going to, by not making that point, make it more justifiable to defend this outdated argument that he's about to defend. Okay, it's coming up, because look at what he says in the subtitle. He mentions a city called the Pyrene. Now, there's no city called Pyrene, okay? We're going to see later that Aristotle makes a correction and tells us that what Herodotus meant was the Pyrenees mountains, all right? So nobody ever meant a city called Pyrene. Herodotus was simply mistaken here, and Aristotle knew that, and he made the correction for us. So there's no need for us to theorize. Where was a city called Pyrene? We shouldn't be trying to find a city called Pyrene, because this is not a city, they're mountains. And we're going to see later how this is going to make more sense to interpret this way with this much certainty. So let's continue. Look at what it says now. That Herodotus mentions a city called Pyrene, and now check this out.
remains archaeologically unidentified as the starting point of the Danube.
So remains archaeologically unidentified as the starting point of the Danube. Hold on a second. We need to back up a little bit here, because as we're going to see, Herodotus doesn't know where the start of the Danube is. He even admits to not knowing the geography of Western Europe. And so we cannot state that it's a city in the starting point of the Danube. We cannot state that that's true. We can state that that's what Herodotus thought, as we're going to see in the passage. All right, but not that he thought that Pyrene was a city at all, but that he thought that the mouth of the Danube went to this Pyrene place, which is actually the Pyrenees Mountains. In other words, he thought the river Danube went as west as the Pyrenees Mountains. So let's see what else he says.
This reference could indicate either the river's actual source in Germany's Black Forest, or
So he goes on to say that this reference could indicate either of two things. One is this place he doesn't cite here, but it's a place in Germany called Heuneberg. We're gonna see that later. Which is a city in the actual source of Germany's Danube River. All right, but of course, again, Herodotus was not aware of Western European geography, so he couldn't be specifically referencing an actual source, right? Because he doesn't know where it is. And again, he mistakes it for a city when it's mountains. Aristotle clarified that for us. So there's no need to be looking for a city called Pyrene, which, by the way, Heuneberg is not called Pyrene, and there's no evidence that it was ever called Pyrene. The only reason they suggest Heuneberg, we're going to see if we're able to find that fleshed out this way, is because it's the most prominent city near the Danube mouth. But again, it's not even near the Danube mouth. We're going to see, I think it's like a few kilometers away. So it's not even exactly there. So it's a very dishonest, and I'm not accusing now Metatron. He's just shoring up this argument from previous academics who used to argue this way, all right, until very recently. But the argument in itself, as I'm going to show you how Herodotus actually phrased this passage, the argument to suggest that this could have been an actual city in Germany, specifically Heuneberg or any other city, is very dishonest because of all the reference points that Herodotus will lay down in that passage. So let's see what the alternative is to this source in Germany.
or possibly a coastal settlement near the Black Sea in present-day Bulgaria.
No. Possibly a coastal city near the Black Sea in present-day Bulgaria. There's no chance that that's the reference that he's making, because Bulgaria is east of the whole point, the whole territory that Herodotus needs to make the point that he's making. We're going to see that. He's trying to make the point that the Danube River was as long as the Nile, which again he thought was much longer. So to suggest that it could have been in Bulgaria would suggest that the river is going the other way that the Nile was going in his mind, okay, which is west. So then the Danube would be going east. And Herodotus is making a symmetry point. So he's making the point that these rivers were symmetrical. And so it can't be this city. And also because he was making the point that the river was so long, it can't be a city that stops halfway through the continent, because he's making the point that the Nile goes over the whole of the North African continent, westward. And so then he needs the Danube to go all the way as west as possible as well, which is why he goes to the Pyrenees Mountains and finds these Celts there and finds the Keynesians. You see the point that I'm making. I'm going to make this whole point as with the papers and so on, but it's going to take a while to put all this together. But basically, we're going to find that passage and we're going to find a drawing that exists. And I'm going to show you how this suggestion is very dishonest. And he's even making it more dishonest by putting it in this false dilemma, unfortunately, because those are not even the two options. Where's the other option, that the Pyrenees are not actually a city and Herodotus was wrong and they're actually mountains? That's the actual option that academics ended up going with. And so that's the currently accepted option, but he's not presenting it. Let me see if he's going to.
Where the river reaches its mouth. Roman classification systems didn't group Belgians and Germanic tribes with Celtic people.
So no, he doesn't make the point. So I think he just leaves it there. Let me continue on my end here to see what point he moves on to, and then I'll grab that passage and we'll look at it. All right, so he goes on to say that he didn't call the Greeks and the Romans did not call the Britons Celts, but he says it in a very diplomatic way. Let me go ahead and try to find that passage by Herodotus. And I think I have the reference. Yeah, so this is precisely the map that I want to show you. You see the references here. The river, the Bulgarian part is the beginning of it. So it can't be also the end of it, right? So Pirene cannot be this beginning, because the Pirene needs to be the other side, because he needs to make the point that the river is super long. And so he's trying to make the point that it cuts across the entire continent, because he thinks that the Nile does that too. Again, we haven't seen the passage, we're going to go grab it. But I'm trying to make the point here that look at all the reference points that he puts. Basically, he mentions the Pyrenees, although he thinks it's a city, but we're going to say that there are mountains, because that's what Aristotle told us. And Aristotle precisely referenced Herodotus by making that mistake, Then look at the Kinesians, who here are referred to as Kinades. And again, these suffixes are put by the Greeks, so that's why they vary, all right? And so the Kinades have been highlighted as a blue here, soft blue, but of course it's a little bit exaggerated. They were basically like in the southern third of that blue territory only, all right? But perhaps that would be the longest extension of the Kinesians, we might imagine. So that's one reference. And then the second reference is the Pyrenees, or rather the Pyrenees is the first, the Kinesians is the second. And then the third reference is the Pillars of Hercules that Herodotus is going to use as reference. And that reference, the Pillars of Hercules, some people argue that it's labeled that is still controversial, that we don't know for sure what it means, but most academics agree that it meant the Strait of Gibraltar. Not only that, it's sometimes justifiable to be the Strait of Gibraltar, and but not always. And the Strait of Gibraltar is here in black in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. So there are three references being made: the position of the Kinesians as the westernmost peoples, these Pyrenees, which again Herodotus takes to be a city but they are mountains, and the Pillars of Hercules. Now, Metatron, you didn't mention all of that, and so that's why you were allowed to hypothesize that this Pyrenees was actually a city in the middle of this the path that the Danube makes in the mind of Herodotus, okay? Because the Danube is not this long. But the only thing that allows you, Metatron, to justify that it could perhaps be a city in Germany is the fact that you're ignoring the other two references that Herodotus used, the Pillars of Hercules and the Kinesians. If it were a city in Germany, he couldn't have used the Kinesians as the westernmost people bordering on these Celts. Unless you say that, of course, as others have said before, which I suppose you could make the point, that these Celts, it's because they go all the way from the place here in red in Iberia, and then through the Pyrenees, over and including the southern part of Gaul, but still that doesn't reach Germany, right? There would be other peoples on the right side of, or on the east side of the Rhine River, that would be Germanic peoples that then Herodotus could have used as the ones bordering on these Celts in the middle of Germany, in Horneburg, as we're going to see. So, and then to suggest that it could be a place in Bulgaria, well, of course it couldn't, because, why would he be referencing the Kinesians and the Pillars of Hercules? And again, for Germany, why would the Pillars of Hercules be referenced? It's so far away from Germany, it has nothing to do with Germany. So, of course, from the other two references, Herodotus is trying to make his reference future-proof. That's why he used 3 things as references. As we're going to see, actually, he uses 4 things as references, because he's not talking about the Celts in the passage, but we're going to see that in detail. He's actually talking about the river in the passage. So the Celts are actually being used as another reference. So these 4 things are references: the Kinesians, the Pyrenees, and the Pillars of Hercules, and Celts are all used as references to place the river Danube as western as possible inside of the European continent, Metatron. So this is why I'm saying that these alternatives are dishonest, and this is why I'm going to show later that Patrick Sims Williams, the president of the International Congress for Celtic Studies, no longer consider these things valid, and so don't many academics nowadays. This argument is no longer valid because it's just too superficial, and it doesn't consider that these other references are being given. Let me see if this paper itself has the passage, but I don't need necessarily to find it in the original Greek, but I just want to find it. That's not how I want to open this. I want to find a good translation of it. This might have it, but let me see on my notes if I have it elsewhere. I think it's 449.3. Yeah, it's the 3 is not numbered here for some reason, but that's all right. Although I think this is the second time that he mentions it. I think he actually says this twice. He repeats himself, and I'm not sure if this is the first time or the second time that he says this. So let me go ahead and continue finding this on my computer here. Hold on, because I think there's a part that is more complete. Here he's just giving a summary of that argument. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think it's 233. Or maybe not. We'll see. Oh yeah, that's it. So you see, yeah, he does talk about it twice. So this is the second time. I'm just gonna read it because this is the summary. Even though it's the second time, I'm gonna read it first. And by the way, you can tell very clearly that he's talking about rivers here. You see Metatron? He's going on and on about rivers. These are the native Scythian rivers, blah blah blah, rivers. From the Illyrians, the river, blah blah blah. So and also see, he uses peoples as references to these rivers. From the Illyrians, the river Angros flows northwards and runs out into the Tribalian plain. Of course, I think these are other peoples. Okay, and then here he goes on with the Celts. He says, for the Ister, and remember, this is the Danube River. For the Ister flows, in fact, through the whole of Europe. You see the idea that he has in his mind? So it can't stop in the middle, in Germany. So we all know that the Danube River stops in the middle of Europe, right? Stops in Germany. But it can't for his argument. And we're going to see in another place, if I can find, that Herodotus says that he's not aware of the precise geography of Western Europe. He admits that. So again, this is his theory. He's making this point. This is what he believes. Look at what he's saying. He believes that the river Ister, which again is the Danube River, flows in fact, look at that, in fact, through the whole of Europe. And look at where it begins. In the land of the Keltoi. So if it goes through the whole of Europe, how could it begin in Germany? You see how dishonest that is? And we haven't even looked at the main passage. We're looking at this summary. But you see how dishonest it would be, Metatron, to suggest it's in any place that is not Iberia, because of course Iberia is the westernmost place in Europe. And so he goes, talking about the river. For the Ister flows in fact through the whole of Europe, beginning in the land of the Keltoi, who, after the Keynesians, dwelled the furthest towards the sun setting, so towards west, of all the peoples of Europe. So they need to dwell the furthest. No one in Germany is going to dwell the furthest of all the peoples in Europe. Are they, Metatron? Of course not, right? So this argument is dishonest, but I understand that you're making it because you're picking it up from these other academics. But the thing is this is now outdated, and even if it weren't, we are all endowed with logos, right? Logic. We can think these things through. We should be reading the originals and thinking about them. And it shouldn't be so much as repeating what other academics have said. Because of course the whole history, the whole reason why we have current academics is because the old academics were wrong essentially, right? Or they weren't complete enough. And so this is always going to happen, that they're going to be wrong in some way. And we should expect that, and we should be all checking and rechecking. That should be one of the activities of reporting. It should be to recheck what these people are saying that you're reporting. And so in this case, I think that it wasn't one of your best works here, because you're repeating these outdated arguments that have never been honest in the first place. Because I don't think that the people who made it at first were unaware that just a few chapters later, 2 chapters later, again, we're going to read this in a bit, but just two chapters later from making the main point, he well, actually, even in the main point, he gives all of these other reference points that force these Celts to be in Iberia. All right. It's not just here 2 chapters later. We're going to see in the first passage that it was before also then he gave these references, and perhaps even more because he's not giving here the Pillars of Hercules reference. Okay. So again, it must have been a dishonest argument from the beginning. But let me just finish this so that we can go to the first passage. So he goes, who after the Canesians dwell furthest towards the west of all the peoples of Europe, and thus flowing through all Europe, it falls into the sea by the side of Scythia, which is that the Black Sea. All right, and so then that's why it must be that this is what he was thinking. That's according to Herodotus. Oh, even 133. Oh, let's go to 133. I don't think it's gonna be there though. I would be surprised if it would be there. Yeah, it's not there. It's 233. They got it wrong. I don't know why he said 133 because I'm pretty sure 233 is the first time he talks about it. So because see, look, let's read 233. Not the whole thing, but we're gonna start from. Oh, actually, we're gonna make sure that we're aware that this is still talking about rivers. Look at this. Since 2 chapters ago. Now this river which ran by the city, Etearchus conjectured to be the Nile, and moreover reason compels us to think so. For the Nile flows from Libya and cuts Libya through in the midst, and as I conjecture, judging of what is not known by that which is evident to the view, it starts at a distance from its mouth equal to that of the Ister. So see, he's making sure that they're just as long as each other. And he's making sure to tell you he doesn't know everything that he's saying. So in his mind, they both cut across their respective continents, and they're symmetrical that way. And so now he's going to talk about the river Danube. He's going to talk about what, how it is going through the continent, and how it's located. So he says, for the river Ister, again the Danube, begins from the Keltoi, and the city of Pyrene, which we're arguing must be the Pyrenees Mountains, and so runs that it divides Europe in the midst. So this is perfect, right? Because how could it divide Europe in the midst if it would stop in the middle? Can you imagine if, let me put the actual, what it actually is. This is the actual river Danube. Now, is this dividing Europe in the middle? You tell me, Metatron. Is this dividing Europe in the middle? Does this divide Europe in the middle? You really think that he was talking about Celts near the Pillars of Hercules and near the Canesians and the westernmost people of Europe, outside of the Canesians, as being these central alpine location? You really think so? No. It can't be. In Herodotus' mind, this is what he was saying. Because look, let's read it. And so the Ister runs that it divides Europe in the midst, and then he makes a huge parenthesis now. Now the Keltoi are outside. So outside is how the Greeks and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Metatron, but just as the Romans had this Kis on this side and Trans on that side, right? Cisalpine, Transalpine, and so on. I believe with there was well, anyways, there were other places that they used these prefixes for. I think the Hispanic peninsulas. But here he says, because this is Greek, outside here is like trans, is like beyond, as opposed to on this side, right, which would be inside. And so outside the Pillars of Hercules means on the west side of the Strait of Gibraltar. And let me find here. Well, actually, that same map, I can use it. The west side of the Strait of Gibraltar is clearly Western Iberia. We have located already the Celts in Western Iberia in previous streams. I can put the clips here when I splice post-production. And so we'll continue reading this. Now the Keltoi are outside the Pillars of Hercules and border upon the Keynesians. So that's them bordering on the Keynesians. They have to border on them. So if they were where the river Danube actually ends, they couldn't possibly border on the Keynesians, right, Metatron? So it has to be someplace in Iberia for these Celts. There's no other choice. And again, I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying that you're repeating an argument that you didn't actually check. Now the Keltoi are outside the Pillars of Hercules and border upon the Keynesians, who dwell furthest towards the sunset of all those who have their dwelling in Europe. So out of all the Europeans, the Keynesians are the westernmost. Which indeed, that's what they are. Look at that. Alright? And then he finishes. And the Ister ends, having its course through the whole of Europe, by flowing into the Euxine Sea. That's the Black Sea, at the place where the Milesians have their settlement of Istria. So let me grab the Euxine Sea and we'll check. So that's why it can't be Bulgaria, this Pyrene. See, there you go. The Euxine Sea is the word for the modern day Black Sea. All right. So he just finished telling us this course for the river. And so he already told us, Metatron, Herodotus already told us that the other end of the river, which is in this place near Bulgaria, or in Bulgaria, I'm not sure. So why would the other end be in Bulgaria as well? That wouldn't make the river quite too long, would it? It would make it quite short. So, and also it wouldn't cut across Europe in the middle, you see? So you have to read the whole passage, and I don't mean this again in a nagging way, Metatron, but only by reading the whole passage can you make sense of why these Keltoi must be in Iberia. All right, so it must be that this is the correct situation that he just told us, as you can see. And as you can see from what I said earlier, these 4 things in this bottom left rectangle, I know there's 5 things there because the river is there, but the other 4 things are references for the river. Again, he starts by saying, for the river Ister, and then after the parentheses, and the Ister ends. So he's trying to locate the beginning and the end of the river Danube. And that's exactly what he's doing here. That's the beginning and the end. Okay? So that's one argument that I wanted to clarify for a long time, that you're getting wrong here. That passage from Herodotus precisely locates the Celts that we can find in this map, for instance. These are the Celts that he's locating. That's west of the Strait of Gibraltar. Those people are called Celts, not Celtic, Celts, you see? So those are very likely to be the people that Herodotus are locating. I know that these attestations are quite a bit, a few centuries after Herodotus said that. They're about between 300 and 500 to 600, between 300 to 600 years they span after Herodotus said that these inscriptions span their attestations in terms of timeline. So yes, it was between 3 to 6 centuries after Herodotus said that, but still they ended up popping up in the exact same place, west of the Strait of Gibraltar. And then you must consider, and this is a point that I really haven't made yet, it's a very much a geometrical point, but I think it's now a good time to make it. And I'm gonna start with some random map from online, and then I'm gonna show you a more neatly divided map. Now the second map that I'm gonna show you, I'm afraid that someone might claim copyright, but I'm going to hope that they won't, because I'm just gonna show you the map. I'm not gonna show you the video that it's from, and I will give full credit if I can. Let me search for a map here to try and make an argument as coherently as I can before I can go to that second map. Oh, I know how I'm gonna make that. I actually have a map here that I can use first. Let me go grab it. So we're gonna look at two maps together here first to make a point, and then we're gonna look at another map that is copyrighted. This one is all right, but I really want to use the there's a newer version of that, but I can never find it easily because it's kind of always buried here. Never shows up as one of the first. This is a good map to start because I really want to make this point precisely. No, actually no, it doesn't show me what I need. I need the Celt Iberians showing too. It's almost this map. And it's almost this map. Let's see if we can get to it by navigating through the links instead. Actually, this map will be quite helpful too. I know we're close. It's tough to get it to come up. But it does come up eventually, you'll see. Ah, here you go. See, even though I was repeating them, sometimes it just comes up. This is the map, but let me see if I can get a big version of this. Because this is quite small. Can I reverse look this up from here? Let me visit it first. But this is the map. Not quite accurate. No, those are not exact matches. They're pretty close though. And that's, oh, there we go. Ah, found it. Oh, right. All right. So, this is the most precise map about these peoples in this slice of time, the classical time. And as you can see, the green are the Iberians, all right? And then all the yellow ones, and then the orange and the red are going to be Celts. I know that orange and red are pre-Celtic here, but it just means that these are the original Celts, as I have argued. There's even a, let me see if I have the map here. Still, no, I don't think so. Oh, I do. You see the shape in blue where the names Celt occur in Iberia? That's pretty much this red and orange shape, right? In fact, it goes through the same places, the same provinces. Galicia, Asturias, Cantabria, or Galacia, Asturias, Cantabria. while, right? And the point that I want to make here is it should be geometrically obvious that these people in Western Iberia would be the Celts, for the simple reason that if you have in the east the Iberians, as this pink here on the map on the right, and then so you have the situation, right, that Iberia is almost like a square, right? And then in the east of that square you have Iberians, and in the middle you have Celt Iberians. So then the puzzle is the ultra advanced complex puzzle. Are you ready? Super complex. In the east you have Iberians, in the middle you have Celt Iberians. Who do you have in the west? Well, if the people in the middle are called Celt Iberians and the people east of them are called Iberians, then the people west of them are going to be called the Celts. There's not much choice. Do I have to draw that? Let's draw it. This is the previous drawing. We're going to can we just find more room? No, we have to start over. Let's dump this drawing, make a new one. So I'm gonna draw Iberia. Let's draw Iberia. It's gonna be a very symbolic drawing. All right. So it's like dot 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 here for the continent. Okay. Somehow it comes like this, and somehow it comes like this, and then here's Iberia. That's Iberia. Now, right side of Iberia. Right side of the Iberian continent. You have Iberians. Middle of the continent. I'm not going to spell the whole thing. You have Celt Iberians. Of course, it's one word. I'm gonna say it as two words here, but it's one word. Their name is just Celt Iberians all together. Maybe we'll put like dot 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 here to make sure that I'm aware that it's not two names. So then look at this logic puzzle that I'm positing now. It's just the hardest puzzle ever. What is the name of these people? Metatron. Since, you know, these guys over here, the Kinesians, right? Whoever are these people in blue here? Whoever could they be? The people in the middle are Celt Iberians. The people in the east are Iberians. So who are going to be the people in the west? Somehow I never see these videos about Celts making this very obvious point. These people call themselves Celt Iberians people. Ladies and gentlemen, they call themselves Celtiberians. And we know that the people to the right of them are Iberians. That's where the name comes from. So then these people here in the west must be the Celts. There's not really a choice, is there? Otherwise, where did this C come from? Right? This I came from here. Where did the C come from? The Iberians came from the east. Where did the Celts come from? From the west. And to further justify that these Celts were different from the Celtiberians, as a people in terms of culture, but genetically they were co-ethnic, but that they were seen as different in order to motivate the Celtiberians being called a mixture of the Celts and Iberians. You can see here that culturally these Celts were very much divided from the rest of these Celtiberians in Iberia. You see what I mean? There's clearly, as you can see with this line coming down from Oviedo to Merida, right? That line separates a certain theonomy, or like a certain group of evidence of cults of gods, completely different from the gods that were worshipped east of that line. So east, we know that they are the Celtiberians, and they're even located in Celtiberia, the occurrences of those dedications to gods, to Celtiberian gods, as you can see by these red stars. So if the Celtiberians were clearly a different people, and they saw themselves as different from these Western people, as we can see in terms of theonomy, as we can see in terms of the god names that they worshipped, since they saw themselves as different, the Celtiberians, from both the people east of them and west of them, and they adopted both names of the people east and west of them, then the Iberians came from the east and the Celts must have come from the west. And so now I'm going to show you this copyrighted map. This is going to be from Dr. Jennifer Paxton. She has a documentary published in the Great Courses, although of course Amazon bought the Great Courses, but the documentary she published there was called the Celtic World course. Alright, it was a course on the Celtic world. I'm not going to play any part of that video. I'm only going to show one single slide from that video. It is quite a revealing slide, so I want to make sure that I'm giving all this context, not to just show her work without any commentary, because it is copyright, and Amazon makes sure that it's very hard to take a picture of this map, or to be fair, the whole video they make sure to be very hard to take pictures of the video. So I'm going to show you this map now that justifies this thinking that I'm giving you here, together with the thinking that these Celts were separate from the Celtiberians, and the Celtiberians were a fusion of these two peoples from east and west of them. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you this again. Copyrighted map, copyright Dr. Jennifer Paxton. Alright, this is the forbidden map, and this is again from the Celtic World course in the Great Courses, today acquired by Amazon. And I don't even remember how I took this picture. It's a very technical way that it needs to be taken, I suppose maybe with a plugin or something, because Amazon blocks it. But as you can see, Dr. Jennifer Paxton, who by the way is an expert in Celts, but also she never puts the name Celt on any northwestern European map. Okay, so if you watch her episodes, of which there are many in this course about the Celts, she will show you several maps of Britain and Ireland, of Great Britain and Ireland. But on these maps, she will be very diligent to never put the name Celt on them. She is purposeful in that, because she's also making the point that the name Celt never occurred in northwestern Europe, never occurred in Ireland, and it never occurred in Great Britain, as we have seen many scholars state to that in a previous stream. All right, but here she is very, let's say, well, she's still precise, but she's also more generous in putting the name Kelt on the map, because not only does she put Celtiberians there, which is a conservative placement, because of course we know that the Celtiberians called themselves Celtiberians, but she goes so far as to call Celts exactly the Portuguese and the Galicians. And she makes it clear that these Celtiberians were thus named because there were the Iberians to the east of them and the Celts to the west of them. So once you see this map, it's one of the most revealing maps, I think, which is why I wanted to show it with great care and with a lot of context here to respect the copyright of it. And I really thank Dr. Jennifer Paxton for making this map. I think it's extremely precise because it really encompasses so much knowledge. For instance, she's encompassing all this information on that map. So she's not being careless or cavalier when she places Celts here, because of course nobody could say she's being careless by placing the name Celtiberians in the middle, because we do know that the Celtiberians call themselves Celtiberians. That's a more famous piece of knowledge. But that the Portuguese and the Galicians call themselves Celts, it's not as well known. But she does encompass that knowledge in that schematic map, and she does that with the confidence that this sort of evidence can give her, which again we have already reviewed in previous streams. That makes it clear that the Celts, mainly in western Iberia and then Asturias and Cantabria, so going almost to the central part of Iberia, but of course it stops where the Celtiberian, where the Celtiberians start. All right, so the Celtiberians would be in the parts here that are not yellow but are green, the eastern part of this green region without the yellow labels. All right, and she is sure to give us this knowledge with this precision that there were therefore these three peoples, most generally and most high up in the levels of hierarchy, that saw themselves as different in Iberia. All right, there were the Iberians to the east and of course a little bit to the south. There were these Celtiberians in the center who considered themselves a mix of the two. Of course, it was not an ethnic mixture, it was a cultural mixture, because they were seeing themselves as more civilized. That was basically the point of adding Iberian to the word Celt. It's because Celt was very much like a word meaning, you know, hillbilly, I suppose. Because it simply is a very pagan name, whereas Iberian was at the time seen as the more civilized, more polite and upper scale name or reference to make. And so the Celtiberians were inflating their ego and positioning themselves with the Iberian prestige by calling themselves Celtiberians and adopting some of that Iberian culture. But genetically, we know that these Celtiberians were simply Celts, just as the Celts and Galicians are. And also we know that their language was simply Celtic, was nothing Iberian at all. It wasn't like 2% Iberian, 1% Iberian. It was nothing Iberian. It was 100% Celtic, the Celtiberian language. So, and all of that we're going to see later also in other streams with more evidence and more details. But I really wanted to get to this map because it's one of the most important maps that I can show, really. to show that this is something that is recognized by one of the most respected scholars in the Celtic field of research, I suppose, and someone who has published one of the most comprehensive works on the Celts and the Celtic world in the most general way, of course. She is here, therefore, giving the name of the Celts specifically to the Portuguese and the Galicians. And so, Metatron, I would like to show you this map because these things that I'm saying, even though they are fruits of my own research, it was only really at the very, very end of my research that I found this map by Dr. Jennifer Paxton. And if only I had found this at first, I wouldn't have doubted myself the 1,000 times that I did. That ended up prolonging the not only the research but also the presentation thereof. And so I'm glad to be able to report that this is a fact that is being more widespread and hopefully more well known and then repeated, I suppose. I would wish, Metatron, that the next time that you make a video on the Celts, perhaps you can show a map like this and explain that these Portuguese and Galicians, or better, their ancestors, were the peoples who called themselves Celts, and that their Iron Age genetics is still in the modern day Portuguese and Galicians 100%. And so because of that, we can consider these people not only in the Iron Age but also today to still be the Celts, and the Spaniards to be Celtiberians, of course, and Iberians. Alright, this is a good time to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. we're back. So, again, thank you to Dr. Jennifer Paxton for having made this map. It's a copyrighted map. Of course, I could have drawn a map like this, but the point is that the map comes with the authority of the person who made it. The person who made it is a doctor in history. And so that's why I'm showing it with great care and taking care to always make sure to credit it. Again, this is from the Celtic World course. So it's a course titled The Celtic World inside of the Great Courses, which I suppose has been acquired by or leased somehow by Amazon. And so this the Celtic World course can be found on Amazon now, and it is by Dr. Jennifer Paxton. And this is where I got this map from, I believe episode 1 or 2. I can't remember now which one it is. Yeah, I can't remember now. But it's one of those, for sure. And so we are just done making this big point about Herodotus having located the Celts, and it was very much the argument I made that it was these Celts here on the screen now in orange that Herodotus was locating. As you can see, those Celts are perfectly outside of the Pillars of Hercules. In other words, they're perfectly west of the Strait of Gibraltar. Right? They're all west of the Strait of Gibraltar. And they're exactly the people west of the Strait of Gibraltar. Where Tartessians is marked close there, but to the west, so basically southwest of Portugal is where the Kinetes would be. Let's go find a map of the Kinetes, a good precise map of them. Let's start with Wikipedia. Maybe they'll have the best map. But I want something justified, you know? Like anyone can paint a map, but I would like to see something that they used to justify them. For instance, their inscriptions. Like, how do they know that this is the area? They say, oh, living in today's blah 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 regions, but how do they know? Where is it? Where's information? I suppose Herodotus, right? Oh, so the original colony territories were quite big, yeah. So I think that other map that we saw might be justified in giving this entire region to the Kinetes, yeah, because they did go up there. But again, it doesn't say how they're being located. This paper might have the answer. Oh, it's a... Oh, it was... Oh, that's bad. Oh my. Those are not readable. Here's the justification. Their presence in these regions is attested archaeologically by the elaborated cremation burial mounds of their ruling elite. Okay. Whose rich grave goods and the inscribed slabs in Tartessian alphabet. Evidence contact with North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean since the 9th century BC. Yeah, which is why John T. Coke dates the, well, he dates 900 BC, which I suppose is the turn into the 9th century, as the about face of the Iberian Celts in terms of their market, doing trade from the Atlantic facade since the Bronze Age bell beaker phenomenon up till 900 BC, and then from 900 BC onwards turning towards the Mediterranean for trade. So they're located by these archaeological mounds, and also, I suppose, some inscriptions. So this says this is the location of inscriptions. What is the source? Own work. Well, based on what? If he only cited like a paper, let me see more details. There's gotta be a paper behind this. Nothing. It's a good map. I mean, it looks good, but because it's got all the rivers, so it's very nice. That's the smart way to do it. The rivers are the, you know, soft boundaries of the past, so that's how we identify the places. But I wonder, and he even has like a heat map for these Kinetics. Huh. But then he doesn't show it going up to the Mondego River. So there's something not meshing here. It's interesting how it goes east. Look at the Celtiberians. They're very well positioned in terms of river mouths. Wow, that's so strategic. It makes perfect sense that there would be a people there. That's and that you would be able to control. It's like being the Swiss of the rivers or something. Being able to control all that. So yeah, I wish that this map were justified. But so there are inscriptions. So then. Finds that map. This map looks super good, but what is it based on? It looks really professional. Let's see if we can open it. So this looks to be the Tartessians then. So see, identifying the Kinetics with the Tartessians. Oh, this is a great map. Let's check this out. I think I was looking for that map earlier. A map like this. Yeah, because this doesn't. It's not very meaningful. If you just look at a map like this, it doesn't tell you much. Where is it? But this tells you more. You see really the concentration of them. So if you know what you're looking for, you see there's Tartessus down at the south of Iberia. You can clearly see the territory. It looks like a rectangle more or less. You can see how the Galicians and the northern Portuguese are connected. And then there's a softer connection down to the capital of Portugal today, Lisbon. But at the same time, you see the Celtic Galician, or the Galician Portuguese continuum, that is the Celtic one, going east together with the tin mines, as we have seen before. Let me see if I have it handy here, the tin map. This should give it, yeah. This. In orange, I'm not sure if it's as well as easy to see. There you go, this. So you can see that the inscriptions track that. See? Track it almost perfectly. Isn't that remarkable? Even on the northern limits of it, where it ends, where you have the Minho River, if you imagine a diagonal making an X with the Minho River, so in the 90 degree, 180 degree with the Minho, then that same frontier is visible here. So you can clearly see there were probably some geographical reasons to strategically dominate that region. I mean, of course, outside of the tin. Of course, the tin probably justifies any problematic terrain that you might have, other strategic problems. So you just solve it, because the tin is paying for a lot of their lifestyle, and you can clearly see and then you can see the Celtiberians as well. You can see some concentration of them in the parts where all the rivers met that we saw earlier. And you can see the vast emptiness between the Iberians and the Celtiberians, and at the same time, I suppose a gap, I should say, that goes all the way from the Pyrenees down into what would be the Tartessians and, I suppose, the Coni. And by the way, it does follow the same shape as this person was making in his other map, because I suppose this is from the same person. Shows the same kind of rivers. And so the shape here that he's calling Tartessian, I think, is actually incorrect. I suppose these would be the Coni. The Tartessians are not there. Let me show you where the Tartessians are. See, they're like east of that. This is tiny to see, but let me grab a better one here. This calls them something else. Let me check this map out. Might give us a clue. Here you go. Tartessians. Yeah, so that's where Tartessians actually are. Not that whole other shape west of this. I'll make it big. This other map shows them as well. That's a very nice map. Very professionally made. Oh, it's from Gino thing again. Oh no. Look at that. And that's a great color for a map. It's like a very light teal. Looks super good. And it's got all the terrain as well. Shows very much the plains that the south of Iberia really are. And so this would be the core. Maximum extension. Where's this color? It's just some other blue, but I'm not sure where it is. Just elsewhere. It's just the same. I don't see this other blue anywhere. I see the yellow and the red. But anyway, so then there's the Celtic here. Does he put the Connie anywhere? No. For instance, this looks like someone knows what they're talking about, I suppose, because they're identifying these cities. And so these might be the cities that they have as a station of their existence. This doesn't say what that... Oh, Conventus Pacensis, alright. So yeah, the Kinetes, they're not as easy to locate in an objective way. This says that it points out the two. This is what I was looking for as well. Yeah, I wish there were one like delineating them clearly. But we'll look back at that map that I said was the best and see what it has to say. Yeah, so always the Kinetes are west of the Tartessians. And then there's these Kempsey people, which are like one of the oldest names of the Western Iberians, Kempsey. It identifies the Celtici, Keltoi, as Celtici are self-identified here, Keltoi as identified by the Greeks, I suppose. But still, this doesn't have any sources. It looks very professionally done, but doesn't have any sources. Let's go back to that map that I had found as one of the best. Where did I put it? Yeah, here. So then, this one puts the Cunetes and Cone, so like as if the Cone were a more general version of the Cunetes, maybe. A super group. But the dotted Tartessian residual doesn't help. Oh, that's okay. So Tartessian. I suppose the Teutonian were Tartessians then. And then they left some residual in Cone. So the Cunetes would be like a mix of Tartessians and Celtics. Or Celts. Yeah, I think this is as close as we can get. This person seems to have done a lot of research. Because these conclusions they drew without having access to this map. And to then conclude that these were the oldest Celts, they call them pre-Celts here, but they were actually precisely the people who called themselves Celts. But to identify that they were the oldest stratum here is really quite it's quite perspicacious. Quite sagacious. And then they know about the movement of the Celts, but of course this is a famous movement. I suppose because of the mixture of the color, he considers them to have been like a pre-Celtic people. But the sources say that they are Kinetes. We just read that from the Kinetes article from Wikipedia. Let's see if we can find that again. Yeah, prior to the Celtic Turtle migrations, the original Coney territories also included Upper Alentejo and the Portuguese coastal Extremadura. So that would be that coast right there, stretching up to the Mondego River, which they always show the actual river when you find, if you don't say map, they always show you the picture of the river. Inscriptions have been found in the area in Tartessian and a variety often referred to southwest. Okay, so this is the script we must locate them then. But as opposed to which one? Because I want to know if the Tartessian is a different script. Otherwise, how can we tell them apart? No, it's also southwestern. So this they have a pretty precise map somehow. They still don't say how they made this map. How do they know this? I mean, it's super interesting. Kind of goes up to Mondego. But of course, that's not the Coney, right? We don't know yet, but I don't think so. Let me ask ChatGPT because I can't find this information. Sorry about that beep. Alright, so I'm asking it, how are the territories of the Coney / Kinetes / Coney / Kinesians, etc. actually identified archaeologically? By inscriptions or what? And how exactly can they tell these people's territories apart from the Tartessian people's territories? Do research and answer briefly. So now I'm waiting on it because I can't find it. well, of course, we have Greek sources, locating them, but maybe that's all that we have. I'm not sure. The rest have been found in this. What is this for? Hold on, let me go back. There's general agreement that the core area to test is around Huelva, extending to the valley, but the area is much wider. See maps. Alright, well, but the maps, you don't say where they're from. Of course, one work is here. 3 of the 95 stelae. Okay, so through stelae and graffiti at least, belong to the core area. 3 of the 95 only. 4 have also been found, and the rest have been found in South Portugal, where the Greek sources locate them. It has been suggested. Okay. Alright, let me see the answer from ChatGPT. By a chain of inference, textual geography first. So first the Greeks placed them, and then the archaeologists try to see the best material province, in quotes, that matches that zone. The main hard data set tied to that region, the Tartessian, is the corpus of 100 southwest script inscriptions. But even specialists warn that reading apparent sequences is likely mistaken. Okay. How do they distinguish it from Tartessian people? In practice, it's regional clustering, not ethnicity by artifact. Tartessus in archaeology is usually centered in the lower Guadalquivir zone around Seville, Huelva, and its orientalizing elite assemblages. That's treated as the core Tartessian area. The southwest script stelae cluster is mostly west of that core. Oh, stellae, okay. So not just that script, but that they're being found in stellae. That clusters west of that core, heavily in southern Portugal. So scholars often separate a southwest epigraphic/funerary tradition from the Guadalquivir Tartessian core, even if both get called Tartessian in older naming. Okay. So there's a map here that had that region in black. I suppose that is then identifying stellae. Yeah. No, not this one. The one that corroborates this one. This is probably identifying stellae. Let me see if it says. Also, I want to clarify with ChatGPT, but clarify for me what exactly archaeologically is identified with the Connie. Let me see if these are only stellae. Oh, look at this. Connie script. Oh, Connie script. As Greek and Roman sources locate the Roman Connie or Kinetis in the area where most stellae are found. Oh, nice. I suppose this is where ChatGPT got information from. I couldn't find it. South Lusitanian. What is this? Oh, how to name it. Oh, so it could be Tartessian. This is why probably the older Tartessian is considered to be the script of the language spoken to Tartessian. However, this is deemed unlikely. Only 4 of the 100 known have been found within Tartessian area. Okay, so it's unlikely. So it's not Tartessian. South Lusitanian. Yeah, exactly. That's the Lusitanian. Yeah, Connie script. Wow. So it says it is those inscriptions in stelae, southwest inscribed stelae, slate stelae, overwhelmingly found from Baixo Alentejo, Algarve, usually interpreted as funerary monuments, often associated with necropolis when context exists. This is so characteristic of that region that Portuguese scholarship and the Almodóvar Museum even calls it Escrita Conhe. Aha! Though the label is ethnographic, not a proven self-designation. Okay, so I should be able to find a map of these. So can you find me a map of those stelae precisely that end up identifying the Connie, so I can see their territory by proxy? I specifically do not want a made up in quotes map of the Connie territory, but rather to find them academically via an archaeological proxy. Because a lot of these maps don't even say what they're showing, like this one. Southwestern script. Is that all, or is it in stelae, or not in stelae only? Because it's interesting how it avoids the south, the southern tip where the Tartessians were. There's an error with the screenshot tool, says ChatGPT. So it can't show me the page that it found. Yeah, you see this area is being avoided by this black area. So there's something that is not correct here. Oh, I think it did find a map. Oh wow, it did. Okay. So this is kind of let me find this map here and then I'll show you. Ah, there you go. This is the map. Blow it up. So that's the location of the Connie. So the first map that we saw was a little exaggerated. Comes up right here. This blue map. I'm sorry, the blue part of the map. This soft blue, almost lilac. It's a little bit exaggerated. Let's bring this all the way. Oh, it doesn't work? Oh, this is it. Let's bring this all the way. Like here. And so now we can compare. location of the Kinettis. I would say, like I said before, I had said the bottom third of that, but it's basically like the bottom half of that. And by comparison, what is the archaeological entity by whose proxy we can see the location of the Tartessians east of these supposed Connie? Tell me and find that map. And then we'll put it on the screen as well. So also, this seems to justify well the map that I was saying is the most accurate about ancient Iberia. Let me pick it up again. Comes up here. Let's bring it. There you go, like this. The cone, see? Very close. Very close. You kind of put the diagonal, you know, inclination of the people the other way. He put it west, and it seems to be east. Seems to be like unpeeling from the coast. But he put it peeled it onto the coast and then unpeeling from the river where the Celtic label is. Cleanest archaeological proxy for where the Tartessians are, says ChatGPT, is the Tartessian orientalizing core area of the lower Guadalquivir plus Huelva, i.e. the settlement / elite material horizon centered on places like, okay, so there is a material horizon. Centered on places like Huelva, El Carambolo, Carmona, Setefia, etc. And it shows me a map here, and it's very, very precise. Let me see here how I can bring this map over. I can find it by the name. And we'll try this only because I don't actually know what it is. Eclipse right there. There we go. This is it. Whoops, I blow it up. And we can likely just close this. There you go. So now we know exactly. And again, just to make sure, this is a material horizon. So this is now not the Southwest script in Stellae. This is a material culture that we then associate with the Tartessians. So this is their location. And then, so we could make a much more precise map. In fact, we should do that. Let me go ahead and see if the map chart Europe, I suppose is 2, I suppose. Not World War II, just detailed. But I think there's like 2 levels of detail. Let me see if this is enough. No, that's not enough. That's 3. Alright, so I have on another screen here. It's still not as detailed as we need. I suppose maybe what we should do is perhaps just draw it. But basically would be like, we can get really close though. It's pretty much that area. Yeah. That would be the Tartessians. And let me put on the other screen here for me the Coney now. It's basically this, but since there's one that is over on this district, then we might as well select it. So basically that is it. And so it's very interesting that they stop right before the tin mines, the Tartessians do. They only go as north as the tin mines start. The tin mines pretty much define their north. Because of course the Celts are in control of that. And the ones that were in control of the southern part were actually called the Celtici, as we can see in this map here. And this map is pretty much locating very well the two, therefore. Although we should read these Tour de Tennis as the Tartessians. And then the Coney we can read as the Coney themselves. And so basically it's really down to being helped by the Greeks and Romans, having identified these people this way as the Coney and as the Tartessians respectively, and then having found their material cultures, having used that to more precisely locate them, and then again holding that trust that the sources were correct in naming these people Coney and Tartessians, and then trusting again that we found the correct associations. By those pieces of evidence all put together, we can then understand when Herodotus says that the Coney were the westernmost people, because they are in this southwestern tip. They are the southwestern most people. And in the minds of these Greco-Romans, we will see later, maybe I can show you here, I'm not sure if it's Ephorus or what is the map that I need to show you. No, this is too basic. It's but I don't think, yeah, it is Strabo maybe. Although this contradicts what I'm about to say, but what usually ends up happening is that they thought that the southwestern tip was the westernmost part of the peninsula, like this map is suggesting. Of course, I'm just picking one here that justifies what I'm saying, right? So, and none of these are like a scan of these people's minds. But they do. I think someone says that the southwestern tip Well, let me ask ChatGPT again, because why not? Can you find whether in the mind of the Greco-Romans it was the southwestern or the northwestern corner of Iberia which was considered the most remote and basically the westernmost part of Iberia and I suppose Europe? Because I believe there is a commentary to such regard. Yeah, these maps vary in terms of which corner they put westernmost. I would say there would be a bias to considering that the southwestern tip would be farthest. But I can't quite explain it. I suppose it's because of the shape that they thought the world had. Like, all of these shapes, you know, they're all like with this hump on the northwestern part. And so that it would continue that way, just like this also shows. And so its chin would jut out like that, like that. That's what I would think that they thought. And by the way, that shows exactly how they thought the Pyrenees were there. There's actually a very good map, but I don't know how to find it, but it's from a paper that shows exactly how, who was it? Is it Strabo or I think it's Herodotus. No, actually now I don't think so. No, it's not Herodotus. Who was it that gave all of those directions? I think Siculus, maybe? No. Was it not Strabo? It might have been Strabo. I think it was Strabo. It's so similar to this, but it was a map that was made for a paper. So it's like in vector, I think. I can't find it again. And I need to find that also because it's gonna be helpful to make finalize making the point that the Celts were really being placed by Siculus in the southern part, because you can most clearly see how it becomes like a rectangle, the limits, you know, of the region, the eastern, western, and southern limits that they're placing on the region. You can clearly see that they're boxing in a rectangle to show you where these Celts are. Just here it is. This is it. What was the discussion? It's this one. No, I don't think so. No, it wasn't this. It's a similar one. After the descriptions of ancient, doesn't say. Let's try to get it. Might have been Ptolemy's. I'm not sure now. I know that I have it on my computer, but I was thinking it was going to be easy to find. And I also prefer to find it here. So ChatGPT's answer was, in classical Greco-Roman geography, the southwestern corner of Iberia, the sacred promontory, Promontorium Sacrum, Hieron Akron, i.e. Cape Saint Vincent or Sagres area, or rather the name is Cape Saint Vincent Sagres area, is the one explicitly framed as the far west extreme. Strabo calls it the most westerly point not only of Europe but of the whole inhabited world. That same southwestern corner is also where Strabo says the adjacent region was called Conium, which means wedge. So it might have been from this name wedge that they named the Kinades. Yeah, so it was definitely southwest. I knew that intuitively. Maybe I saw that map that I'm searching for here, and that is the reference that says it. I can't remember exactly. Ah, here it is. Is it? If this isn't it, it's very similar to the one that I remember. So it is Strabo. But it is this discussion. And we can see the Pyrenees there, I think. Let me try to open this. It's very similar to this. This really rings a bell. Yeah, because it needs to show the rivers, it needs to show the Pyrenees. Where is it? Oh my. Well, I was promised a map. It is very similar to this, but I don't think it's this one. I really don't. Strabo geography, okay. Wow, they're really hiding that. Maybe the same paper that had this. Wait a second, let me go ahead and find it here. I have to have it. I can't find it. I mean, clearly I have not named it with Strabo in the name, so... According to Herodotus, maybe I have a map here. No, but that's not it. That's the other one that we saw. With the references in the River Danube in an exaggerated length. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it. Very interesting. Because I remember it clearly. Yeah. I'm not gonna find it. Maybe, that's a very mysterious thing because who else could it be? Whose map else? I was pretty sure it was Strabo. Yeah, almost like something like this. What I'm looking for. Maybe Eratosthenes, maybe? I think it's Strabo because I even know the book. It's the we already saw that book, which is book 4. Maybe it's Eratosthenes. No, I can't actually find out which one it is. Alright, let me see which point Metatron makes next. And just to show where we are, so we're about halfway. We're gonna be right now here at 441. want to see that. Alright, so he labels this part now. Why is it different for me? Oh, that's another video. Oh, we're gonna have to go through this as well. But this is the one. So he's right here. This is what I'm going to listen to now. 4:41. So we're like a quarter of the way. So he's going to try and map a nucleus of Celtic ethnogenesis using the words of the ancients. Now again, I would ask you, Metatron, why would you map their nucleus using the words of the ancients when we could map their nucleus with their own words? And that map would end up being like this. Why is it that we have to go to the ancients? And why is it that you go to them first? I mean, sure, maybe you're going to present both sides, the endonymic and the exonymic. But currently you're starting with the exonymic side. Maybe that's because, you know, that's how they're most famously known. That makes sense. But then let's see if you're going to get to how their nucleus can be found endonymically. Let's see. So hold on, let me pause it again. You say, let's begin with Julius Caesar or Julio Kaiser. So we always start with Julius Caesar when talking about the Celts. And I think that's some sort of an artifact due to the fame of Julius Caesar. But it doesn't make any sense timeline wise, right, to start with Julius Caesar, because he's not the first to talk about the Celts. So already it starts basically at the end of the Celtic freedom, I suppose, era, because that's when they're finally conquered forever and stop being free. And so basically it's starting at their lowest point, when they're being vanquished and defeated. So why would one start talking about the Celts from the point where they're being defeated? And also, why would we start talking about them from the point of view of such a propaganda work, a propaganda article, if you will, as the Commentari de Bello Gallicum, as the commentary on the Gallic War, because it was essentially propaganda, and it was trying to define a people very neatly for purposes of conquering of a certain territory and avoiding conquering some other certain territory, namely conquering everything up to the Rhine and not conquering the rest east of the Rhine. And there's papers on that I will show at another point. But basically, it is a work of propaganda. And so I don't think it's a good option to start from Julius Caesar. But let's go ahead and hear your framing of Julius Caesar in this regard. So you say, we'll be reading from Commentari de Bello Gallicum. So, as he describes various tribes, as he distinguishes the Celts from the Germanic tribes. Okay, so you're going to read one of the most famous passages from Julius Caesar. Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres, quarum unum incolunt Belgae, aliam Aquitani, tertiem, qui ipsorum lingua Celtae nostra Galli appellantur. This translates to, all Gaul is divided into three parts, one of which the Belgae inhabit, another the Aquitani, and the third, those who in their own language are called Celtai, in our language Galli. Now, this is used to justify that these are the Celts, because their enemies are calling a certain people Celts. So this is a definition by enemy, if you will, if you allow me this made up academic term here. You basically define the Celts by their enemies. So Caesar has a political interest in destroying them. Therefore, they're the Celts. And that's how you're identifying them, because Caesar is identifying them that way because he's interested in having them defined that way for his purposes, because that's why this whole thing was published, right? It's not an ethnographic work. That much Strabo tells us, that he's not an ethnographer, right? We've already seen that passage. So he makes sure to tell us, and the third, those who in their own language are called Celtai, in our language Galli. Of course, there was a Celtic fear in Roman times, I suppose, because of their experience with having been sacked by the Gauls, and that was then the biggest constant fear in the minds of the Romans, I suppose, because that was the one time that they had been that they got so close to the end, I suppose, and they were really only allowed to continue by the large payments, of course, and then of course the mercy of the enemy. But still, they had this fear of the Celts, and so they had a reason, therefore, to connect to these Celts, these enemies, these next enemies. Julius Caesar knew that invoking the name of the Celts would invoke the fear that he needed to gain the support that he needed. And so that's why he's making sure to explain to us. It's not because he's a good ethnographer. It's not because it's a well-known fact that these Gauls call themselves Celts. And it also doesn't bear out in the epigraphic evidence. And it doesn't match what Strabo and Siculus tell us, that the Celts were only the southern Gauls. So this doesn't really match the rest of the evidence, that you're showing now. I'll put it on the screen. It's on 501, the passage that you're talking about. This famous passage, of course, is tiny here, but that passage does not match the rest of the evidence. So let me see what else you say after that. So I think this is a problem. Hold on. Because here you give too much credit to Julius Caesar. Let me play this part. Let me make sure I know where it starts and where it ends. This is 605. So let's listen to this.
We call them. Now, this passage is significant because, at least in the mind of Julius Caesar, who is an eyewitness and a man who directly came into contact with several populations of the area of Western and Central Europe, he specifically connects the Celts with the Gauls, telling us these are the Celts.
Metatron, please. You really think that he's telling us this from his vast knowledge that he acquired by being in contact with these peoples? Well, let's see what his peers thought. I forget his name. There you go. Gaius Asinius Pollio, who serves under Caesar, noted that the account of the Commentari de Bello Gallico had been put together without much care or regard for the truth. Still, Pollio attributed this to mistakes by Caesar's lieutenants, or even that Caesar intended to rewrite the text more accurately. So, I mean, if you think that he took all that great care in writing that, you're kind of all alone, and his peers, the person who served him, completely disagrees with you. Says it was just put together carelessly. The thing also is why. I mean, you say that he has all that experience. Where is that experience? How do we know? Because I don't see it. What I see historically is this. So I don't see the experience that you're telling me. And then I don't understand why is it that we should even listen to Julius Caesar? Because again, he's the Celts' biggest enemy. If he is the enemy of the Celts and not the Gauls only, for instance. But still going with that naming, if I were to accept it, if I were to grant it, he's their biggest enemy. So why are we listening to the enemy to know who these people are? If we're trying to identify people, I mean, is that how we usually do it? For instance, do we ask the enemies of the Germans who the Germanic tribes are in the ancient times, or because there is a paper? I'll show you this paper. Let me see if I can find it. It's just I don't remember the name of the paper. It's like it's a very generic name. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it now. But there's a paper that identifies the Germanic people as naming themselves Germani from some stellite that they find both in Scotland and in Italy, and they identify themselves as Germani from Germania superior and Germania inferior, and so we know that they call themselves Germani that way. We don't need their enemies as sources for that. And but also we usually have self-identification, right? That's basically the point that I'm getting to, is we can look at people's tombstones, we can look at their votive altars, we can look at their personal objects, inscriptions and graffiti on either and both of those. So I don't really see why we need to go straight to Julius Caesar. But still, let me go ahead and continue here. This is basically where we are. Let's see what you say next. I think you're gonna go into another point now. I think you're gonna go into Siculus. Yeah. Yeah, so this is something that I really need to criticize you on, Metatron. I really need to criticize you on. But I think we're gonna take a small break and then we'll come back to do this point. All right, we're back. Now, this is a massive point that we're going to get into here. It's massive. And it's going to be good to get through this right now, because then we'll leave the rest of the video that won't be so dense, maybe for the next stream. So let's see this next point that he's going to make. I'm gonna let him make it, and then I'm going to address it.
Another author who not only mentions the Celts but also gives us a description to help us visualize these people is Diodorus Siculus.
Now, the subtitle got it wrong here. Is Diodorus, right? Dio. And then it's S-I for Siculus, not S-E. And this passage is tiny here. I'm going to read it. It goes, this is, by the way, from Book 5, Chapter 28, lines 1 and 3 to 3. The Gauls are tall of body, with rippling muscles, and white of skin, and their hair is blonde, for they are always washing their hair in lime water. All right. So, if they're always washing their hair in lime water, and that's why it's blonde, then it's not very useful, this part here, to know what they look like. But it does say that they are white of skin, they have rippling muscles, which again is not a characteristic that is inherent of a people, and tall of body, which I suppose we should read relatively to the narrator. And so I believe Siculus is Greek. Oh my. Now Metatron is really going to have it with me, because he apparently was Sicilian like Metatron. Oh, I'm sorry, Metatron. I didn't know. Didn't mean to confuse him for a Greek. So, Siculus was Sicilian, and I suppose we should read that relative to the Sicilian people, his people. These Gauls were tall of body. And let me go ahead and skip the part where he reads this, and then I'm gonna see if he does a commentary, if he goes to another one before I address it. I want to let him get through all the ones that are similar to these, and then I'll address them. So then Metatron tells us that in a later passage, this author, Diodorus Siculus, also tells us that the women of the Gauls are as tall as the men. So again, that's just more than likely in relation to Sicilian women, and also it doesn't really mean that they're as tall as the men. It just means that in a figurative sense, in the way that he's speaking, it's as if to say, and the women are also very tall, just like the men are also very tall. That's basically what this passage means. It doesn't really mean they're just as tall as each other. It just means, oh, just as tall as I said before, that they're tall, that they're very tall. So I said before that the men are very tall. Now I'm saying the women are very tall as well. That's what he means. And that the children are born with grayish hair, which darkens to match their parents as they age. Interestingly, that is also the situation for me. I was born with this grayish hair, so-called, that then darkened as to match my parents as I age. But it's already done darkening. And let's see what else he said. that the Celts tend to shave their face except their mustache. So again, this is all fine for now. So now Metatron notes that Julius Caesar hardly describes the physical appearance of the Gauls, which you would think would signal to Metatron, I suppose it should, but maybe I'm missing something, that Caesar did not have that experience in going through Western Europe and finding out these groups, who exactly is a Celt and who isn't, who exactly calls themselves Celts and who doesn't. So let's continue. Yeah. What? So Metatron says that what Caesar focused on mostly was the Celts' social structure and their military practices, of course, because they're the targeted enemies. So yes, focus on their social structure and military practices in order to attack them. But it says that Caesar does describe the Britons physically. He says all the Britons dye themselves with woad, which produces a bluish color. They wear their hair long and shave every part of the body, except the head and upper lip. So now he's going to cite Strabo or Strabo in his main work, Geographica 4.2 and 4.5.2, it seems. So now he says Strabo is going to describe physically the Celts. And he says that in particular in this passage where he compares the Britons and the Gauls. So now it's the Gauls, it's not the Celts anymore. So you see how this constantly evolves. But of course it's because he took from Caesar that Gauls call themselves Celts, but then now he's reading Strabo. And this is a sort of analysis that hasn't been done so far. So again, I'm not blaming Metatron. I'm not fighting with Metatron here. This error everyone would incur and will continue to incur until someone like me draws attention to what the mistake that we're doing here. The mistake we're making here is that these people were not these different people, these authors, these different chroniclers. We're not using these names in the same way. I haven't read a paper yet that analyzes separately the way that each author deals with the word Celt. And so we can't really, I will now argue, I suppose for the first time, all right, Metatron? So I'm not saying that you should have thought about this, that your team of researchers should have found this paper. There's not a paper that I can cite now. This is now an argument that I'm innovating, all right? I argue here that we can't go, oh, Julius Caesar said that Gauls call themselves Celts. Therefore, now that I'm reading Strabo on the Gauls, I'm going to say that what he tells us about the Gauls applies to the Celts. Because Caesar over there said the Gauls call themselves Celts, so therefore over here with Strabo, I'm going to say that his Gauls are my Celts. I don't think that should work. I know that we all want to do this because, it's the power of intertextuality that gives us the leverage to interpret so much, but we are over-interpreting now. So let me continue watching here. So this now starts with the part that I'm really going to have a problem with Metatron, and I think that hopefully he'll agree with me. And I think he has to retract a few things here because this is not it's not correct, and we can't conclude this much from this little. I'll get on it in a moment. So the passage goes: the Britons are taller than the Celts. Okay. And not so yellow haired. Interesting. So the Britons are not so yellow haired as the Celt. Okay. Although they are less strong in build. Now let me find this passage. And I'm not doubting it. I want to see if my source says Celt or Gaul. I mean, of course, it's not Gaul, right? It's Galatian or Gallian. So here it does have it as Celtai. I think this is where he's quoting from. I myself in Rome saw mere lads towering as much as half a foot above the tallest people in the city, although they were bandy-legged and presented no fair lines anywhere else in their figure. So this already, I think, gives us a clue. But let's get there in due time. The full passage that Metatron reads is the Britons. So he reads the Britons. So it wasn't from this passage because here's the men of Britain. So he reads, the Britons are taller than the Celts and not so yellow-haired, although they are less strong in build. So although the Britons are less strong in build. Now, here we also have something else. It's another way of translating it. So it mustn't be that the original was, although they are less strong in build. It seems that it said, although their bodies are of looser build. Now that means something completely different. Now, this is the Britons are of looser build. And let's continue here to get a corroboration of this looser build, and then I'm going to explain to you what this is, okay? So, but let's leave this highlighted here, and I'm going to continue from it. The following is an indication of their size. I myself in Rome saw mere lads towering as much as half a foot above the tallest people in the city, although they were bandy-legged and presented no fair lines anywhere else in their figure. So, although they were bandy-legged, do you understand what he means by this looser build and bandy-legged? I think is the fact that Nordic people are big boned. They have larger bones, right? They have longer bones. They're like more slender, I suppose, right? And less stocky. And this is what he's identifying here, that the men of Britain are of a looser build. Fair enough. But somehow the Celts are still more blonde. Now, to this, the comment that Metatron makes, I'm going to play, is the following. Let me go ahead and grab the time here. Check this out.
And not so yellow-haired, although they are less strong in build, close quotes. So indirectly, we have another mention of blonde hair being a characteristic of Celts.
So hold on. Indirectly, we have another mention of blonde hair being a characteristic of the Celts. Well, the first wasn't a mention of that. Why? Right? It was because they were bleaching it. Let's go back to the first one to see it. And their hair is blonde, for they are always washing their hair in lime water. So this doesn't say that their hair is blonde naturally. So unless you missed one that you meant to put in here, when you then say now, yet another mention of blonde hair being a characteristic of the Celts, this is not another mention. I'm sorry to be so...
Indirectly, we have another mention.
We don't have another mention. This is the first one, right? Now, I understand you're going to present some more. You're going to present some more after this.
Of Celts. Here's a
Sorry to speak over you here. Still here, it comes up, I suppose, twice. One is the one that we saw. Let me read this again. For they wash their hair in lime water, combing it back. But does it say that it? Oh, it does say their hair is blonde, not only by nature, but they also make. Okay, so it does say. And then the Britons are taller, not so yellow-haired. So two people do say. So fair enough. So both Strabo and Siculus, which are the authors that I usually cite. No, actually, hold on. Strabo doesn't say it, does it? He does, yes. So both Strabo and Siculus, who are authors that I also cite, say this. And now, helpfully, you have provided the original Greek here. And we can see that the first one is indeed Celts that they're using to talk about. But the second one is Galatai. So now I have to go back to disagreeing with you, Metatron, because the second one is not talking about the Celts, it's talking about the Galatai. And Diodorus Siculus himself told us that the Galatai are different from the Celts. Let's go back there. And now it will be useful to draw a distinction which is unknown to many. The peoples who dwell in the interior above Massalia, those on the slopes of the Alps, and those on this side of the Pyrenees, of the Pyrenees Mountains. I'm sorry, let me try this again. And those on this side of the Pyrenees Mountains are called Celts, whereas the peoples who are established above this land of Celtica in the parts which stretch to the north, both along the ocean and along the Hercynian mountain, and all the peoples who come after these, as far as Scythia, are known as Gauls. This is the Galatai. Metatron. For Siculus. This is why, Metatron, I am arguing for the first time, and I'm not blaming you for making these mistakes that you're making. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to go through a whole thing here. But this is why I'm saying that we can't go take Caesar's opinion that the Gauls call themselves Celts and then apply it here because, with Diodorus Siculus, because Diodorus Siculus is telling us that the Galatians, because again this word does not exist back then, Gauls, this word is Galatians for the for this Greek writer. I know that he's a Sicilian, but he was writing in Greek, right? And so to him, this is Galata, as you yourself cited, the Gauls. So the Galatai that he's talking about are specifically not the Celts. Do you see the point that I'm making here? Read this carefully, and I'm not trying to be rude. I know that it might come across the way I'm saying it, but you know, this is the crux here for not over-interpreting that passage as belonging or referring to the Celts. I don't think it is. I think indeed naturally blonde are these northwestern Europeans, right? They're naturally blonde, I'd say, right? And then they're muscular also. I would say that they're muscular people, right? They have like longer muscles. They seem to be able to develop them more easily, whereas southwestern Europeans are just stockier, but they're like, but actually it's not stockier. They're just like have a smaller frame, and then they're not stockier, but they are more nimble, and so they have a different proportion to them. And I think this is what the other author that we read noticed as well. But basically, this is the reason why they separate these Gauls into these Celts and Galatians. So the Siculus passage that you're referring to is talking about these Galatians. Is talking about the people that I'll show you later more or less how I can identify, but they're mostly like above the 49th parallel in Gaul. Maybe in Gaul they're like a little bit below as well, but basically like the northern half of northern France. So like the upper fourth of France. It's where these people are. And then below that they're basically Celts, and they're like a different ethnicity. And we've seen papers before that, before this stream, that will identify these two poles in Western Europe as the English and the Spanish, or the Britons and the Portuguese, however you want to split them. And so let me go back to what else you say after this. But basically you have these three sources here. And again, I still haven't started to get to the response that I want to give to this sort of analysis of ancient people, like this sort of a physical analysis. So now he's citing Polybius, and he's talking about the so-called Celts of North Italy. I mean, we know those people were Gauls, right? I'm not sure then why they're being called Celts here, but I suppose that's how Polybius uses the term. And he says that those Celts of North Italy wore trousers and cloaks. Those cloaks are these like a hoodie, like basically very much like the hoodies that people wear today. So they wore trousers and hoodies. So basically they were dressed like modern people dress, I suppose. So he also mentions that Dionysius of Halicarnassus mentions also that they have long hair, like Julius Caesar, I suppose, said in the passage that he cited. I think I'm pretty sure it was Julius Caesar. So that's two mentions for their long hair. By the way, long hair, not to be very obvious here, but it's also a way of saying that they don't cut their hair, I suppose. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that's one way of saying it. I mean, I know that it's obvious that it might be obvious that you have to not cut it for it to be long, but it's one of those descriptions that chroniclers give to be descriptive and disparaging at the same time, I suppose. So I'm going to play this passage here. It's convenient to me. Oh yeah, it was Julius Caesar. See, that said that their hair is long, along with Dionysius of Halicarnassus. Let me play this passage here from 831. And now we're officially over halfway, which is good. Let me play this part.
That Tacitus, whenever he discusses and compares the Celts and the Britons, keeping in mind that he never refers to the Britons as Celts, even though we do know that they were Celtic at least through a current linguistic analysis.
Yes, a current linguistic analysis. I love it. You're being properly diachronistic. I like it. Thank you very much for putting things in the right place time wise. And yes, not only did Tacitus never referred to the Britons as Celts. No one ever referred to the Britons as Celts, except, of course, if you want to consider that was it Ephorus or Eratosthenes? I can't remember which one. Divided Europe in 4 quadrants. Then, of course, when he said that in the western quadrants are the Celts, and since in the western quadrant there were also other peoples like the Britons, but also Ligurians and also the Iberians, who obviously these writers knew about, but in this oversimplification, everyone in Western Europe was called a Celt. But again, this was on purpose a simplification. You would have to argue that he thought that in each quadrant there was really only one one tribe, and that's not defensible. So no one actually ever referred specifically to Britons as Celts. And I'm also aware that I believe it's John T. Coke or Patrick Sims Williams, I can't remember who, published a paper trying to argue, or maybe it was Kim McCone, that Pythias did extend the term Celts to the Britons and he argues that in a roundabout way, I think, but I'll address that in another stream. But essentially, I can advance you that no, they don't. It doesn't end up working out. So let me continue here with what he says, and then I think I was going to continue listening to the rest. Let me go ahead and play this part right here because I want to thank Metatron for being the subject of my video. Metatron, I want to remind you that I want to be doing this in a way that is informative and not combative. I didn't know any of these things until I learned them, and it was pretty late in my life for someone who ends up being one of those Celts. I didn't learn it quite as early as I wish I did. And so no one is the biggest loser here in terms of not knowing this than me. So just let that be known. I'm not coming from any sort of higher ground than you to try and attack you for your knowledge or your presentation. I very much am a fan of your channel, like the way you present things, and I think simply that the subject of the Celts suffers from a superficiality that hasn't been broken yet. And I'm going to try and break that, hopefully with your help, if you help me by covering this rebuttal that I'm presenting here, and then perhaps making these things more well known. We can get more people talking about them, and we can change the way that the Celts are presented. That's basically the point. And then to let more people know about who the Celts are today, and especially let the Celts of today know that they still exist, that they're Celts. And I think that currently our people are very lost, I think. And so some tribalism and some self-identity would do as well, I think. And so that's another reason why I'm doing this. Let me go ahead and play this 854 here, therefore, to help show my appreciation for your channel and your help now, Metatron, in my generating this content.
If you like this video, please consider getting one of my plushies. It really helps supporting the production of more complex and deeply researched videos. There are only a few days left, so please consider getting yours today.
Oh, there were only a few days. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a time limited thing. Oh well. Still though, please support the channel, support Metatron's channel. Go check out his latest videos, what he's being sponsored by today, and then give it a buy, give it a like, or whatever it is that the kids are doing today. No, but really, go ahead and give him support, because right now his content is helping me make content, so I appreciate that very much. Metatron, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and continue watching here on my side. See what else he says. What the next argument is, and see if I'm going to be able to address it right now. So there's a point here that I want to make sure that I put here that Metatron made. I want to make sure that I don't forget to say that he made this point.
Thank you for your support. Of course, while we talk about common phenotypic traits among Celtic populations, we also have to underline that in their height during the Iron Age, these Celtic realities had dominated 3/4 of Europe, which means that even though these would be typical elements, at least in the eyes of the Mediterraneans, to describe a Celt, the reality is that there would have been a certain level of differentiation among these people. We shouldn't imagine a single phenotypic trait to be absolute in such a large geographic area.
Right, very precisely. And so, but still, I'm not sure that it was clear enough that the point of what you just said is that we shouldn't therefore think that they were all blondes. I suppose that you made it clear, but also I don't even think that that was the main trait, or even that it was, let's say, objectively the majority, or I think it's really just relative. I think it's just because they noticed it in relation to themselves, that the Romans, right, noticed in relation to themselves that the Celts were, and also the Galatians, as we saw from Diodorus Siculus. So remember those northern Gauls, okay, that they were blonde, of looser build, bandy-legged, or bandy-legged, yeah. And so probably they were talking more about these northerners, okay, rather than the southerners in Gaul. But that basically those traits were not the main and were not the majority. They were simply more than they appeared in the Romans. I think basically is as much as we can gather from what they said. But I'm going to go into detail in a moment. I'm just going to see here if you continue in this line of argument or if you change it before we move on to the rebuttal. Yeah, no, so you move on. Okay, so let me go ahead and address this, and then we'll go into the other arguments later. I'm going to have to find this on my side here. I had a conversation with ChatGPT. We're going to have to ask him for help in this section because he helped me do some of the research for this. So I asked ChatGPT, admittedly in a very tendentious way. I said, find papers and scholarly opinions on the values of the quotes attached. And the quotes that I attached were exactly the three screens of quotes that Metatron showed. So I'm going to read to you again what they were. The first one said, the Britons are taller than the Celts and not so yellow-haired, although they are less strong in build. The second quote said, the Gauls are tall of body, with rippling muscles, and white of skin, and their hair is blonde, for they are always washing their hair in lime water. And the third screen had those longer three quotes from Julius Caesar's De Bello Gallico, Strabo's Geographica, and Diodorus Siculus' Bibliotheca Historica. So had the longer form of each. And I gave those to ChatGPT, and I said, find papers and scholarly opinions on the values of the quotes attached, those quotes. With regards to gathering accurate information on the Celts, considering cliches, ulterior motives, and every aspect you can find to get a most informed opinion, in particular on these passages, as to their value for figuring out who the Celts are/were, and in general, on passages descriptive of physical characteristics of peoples as to their value likewise. Many introduction to Celts, in quotes, YouTube videos seem to start and stop at and around these quotes and then leave it there and never connect it to any modern peoples. And then I go on to explain to ChatGPT that what we know in reality. So I gave ChatGPT some arguments. I'm going to continue reading this just to make sure that we have this context. I've given these arguments before in other streams along with showing the papers that they come from, but here I'm just going to read them. This is a passage from one paper that says, to investigate individual ancestries within the Hallstatt group, we used the Middle Bronze Age population from the southern German Lech Valley as a proxy for local ancestry. Indeed, most Hallstatt individuals fit a model of receiving all of their ancestry from Germany underscore Lech, Lech underscore MBA. So Germany underscore Lech underscore MBA. With the exception of previously described southern outliers, MBG004, MBG016, and the northern outlier LAN001 from Alta Bürge. Supplementary Table 2.8. The source for this is Gretzinger Joshua, Evidence for Dynastic Succession Among Early Celtic Elites in Central Europe, 2024. And then I tell ChatGPT that if I take the Vahadu results of Germany _ Lek _ MBA, that they match first these Western Europeans such as Portuguese and Galicians and so on. And so this is so that ChatGPT knows from which angle I'm coming from, and also the level of information that I want to receive. Another quote that I give it is, the epigraphic sources show that the usage is the same as we found in Latin writers, the usage here being of the name Celt. It must also be significant that of the approximately 25 occurrences of the name Celtius in Hispania, these are from inscriptions, epigraphic inscriptions, all of them come from Lusitania, except one, from Navarre. All of the occurrences of other names from the stem Celt, such as Celtianus, Celtiatus, Celtiatis, Arceltius, Conceltius, etc., so those that are suffixed and prefixed, come from Western Hispania too, so they also come from Western Iberia. In contrast, Celtiber is spread throughout Hispania. It is found both in Celtiberia proper, which some people will tell you it's not, but I will tell you the reference here. It's CIL 2.3132, 5881 Uclase CU, as well as in other various areas of Western and Eastern Hispania. So it's found across the entirety of Iberia, the name Celtiber. So that's a strong reason to call the Iberian Peninsula the Celtiberian Peninsula, is that the name Celtiberia natively appears all over Iberia, not just in the region of Celtiberia. That source is Celtic and Celtiberian in the Iberian Peninsula by Eugenio R. Lujan, available online as a free PDF. Then we have John T. Koch in his paper Celto-Germanic, later prehistory and post-Proto-Indo-European vocabulary in the North and West, where he says that Celtius recurs as a Paleo-Hispanic personal name. And then I also cite Dirks T. In a work in preparation called The Graffiti on Roman Ceramics and Metal from Velsen. From the time that this was cited, it hadn't been published yet. The work says, the excerpts goes, complete graffito, which features the genitive case of Celtus or Celtius. Both names are best known from Spain. The cognomen Celtus is also known from Gallia Narbonensis. And I have another citation here about the name Celtici being found in Portugal, and also a corroboration of this by Pliny the Elder, who said that in the Baetica province, the people from Mirabriga called themselves Celtici by surname, or were surnamed Celtici. And then we find those same attestations of the Celtici exactly in that city or in the region of Baetica. And I say that the evidence I just cited, all of these that I just described, I'm now talking to ChatGPT, I say, these seem to be a different level or league of evidence that is rarely, if ever, covered in such videos and introductory material. So also answer, why is there a fixation on these quotes, such as the attached in delineating the Celts? Is there some early scholar or tradition that set this forth, which these creators are then referencing? Is there some ultimate popular source on the Celts that is telling everyone they're simply blonde and muscular and nothing else relevant or connecting to real people in modern life? Because of course the evidence that I gave you is very much, epigraphic, self-attested, and also genetic DNA by cross-referencing with a paper that says that basically all Hallstatt Celts were 100% Germany-like MBA, and when we go check the DNA for that, turns out to be Western Iberians, with the Portuguese included, of course. And so, and then also that most people named Celts are appearing in Lusitania, and the other names starting with Kelt also appear in Western Iberia, Western Hispania is what it says. And so basically, this is completely a different level of evidence. That again, Metatron, it's because I'm honestly asking ChatGPT here, why is it that the sources don't have this level of evidence? Because I'm thinking that it's not because it's my level and my level is so big, but it's actually about the level of identification of a people. That's my concern here, because I haven't told the story yet of how I started this whole thing, but it was basically to try and find what was the oldest self-identification of the Portuguese people. I didn't even start this research into the Celts by asking any questions about the Celts. I wasn't thinking about the Celts at all. I was thinking, what were the oldest names that the Portuguese called themselves? And then I came to find out that the Portuguese were the people calling themselves Celts and nobody else. So I never expected to find these things. So, and then that directed me into this research about the Celts, but it never started this way. It started with the Portuguese. And so that's why my main concern here is the level that I'm asking is a level that really allows us to know who the Celts are. And by saying that they were blonde and had rippling muscles, and especially because one of the quotes that you took are not from the Celts, but from the Galatians, who Diodorus Siculus himself, the author of that quote, thought were only in northern Gaul, and thought that they were a different people from the southern Gauls, who he called the Celts. Okay, so that quote was not about the Celts, was specifically about a people that were not Celts and were seen in contrast to them as the two different peoples that were Gauls. All right, so those quotes about saying that they were blonde and saying that they were of rippling muscle, they give people this idea that the Celts were sort of a people who were just like the Germans, but different from the Germans. A lot of people, especially in the United States, I get the impression, are under this impression specifically because they think that the Celts ran away from the Romans and then they went to Wales and Ireland. When these things were associated with Japheth of the Bible and the Cimmerians and so on, to try and associate the name of the Cimmerians with Gomer of the Bible, during those efforts is when they would tell us these fantastical tales of history that the Romans expelled the Celts from this Hallstatt region, and they all went to hide, and expelled them from Gaul as well, and they all went to hide in these northwestern islands, the British islands. And so when you present the effects this way, as saying, oh, I'm going to tell you about the physical appearance of the Celts. Oh, it says here that they were blonde and long haired and of rippling muscle and loose build, and they were bandy-legged. Well, you just painted a picture of a Nordic person. But the Celts were not Nordic. The northern Gauls were Nordic. They were of a Germanic stock, so to speak. But the Celts specifically were not. They were like the Spanish of today. They were Iberian, even in Gaul, in the majority of Gaul, up to central Gaul including, and then a little bit more. I'll show that later. And so I think that I'm criticizing you here, Metatron, because this level of and we're gonna get to ChatGPT's answer, but I don't think this level of identification of a people is acceptable today when we have so much in the category of self-identity. In other words, if you were to pursue the self-identification evidence about the Celts, you would find so much, and it would all point into the same direction, that they are Iberians. We even have Martial, the poet, calling himself a Celt 3 times in his works, and saying that he's the product of Celts and Iberians. And And so we have these people calling themselves Celts in text, in Roman text, not only in these tombstones, but also in votive altars, in personal objects, utilities, appliances, and so on. We have these names not only inscribed but graffitied as well, and graffitied or graffitoed. I'm not sure how to say it. But let's get to the answer here, and also I want to finish the question that I posed. I said, but mainly I want the actual opinions. If two sides then present them both, I said, if two sides then present them both on the value of such quotes. So I want the opinions, the actual opinions on the values of such quotes, and perhaps also among the other choices, as in compared to other evidence we have on the Celts, such as the above, how do these quotes compare in value, and maybe give examples with other ancient chroniclers, misidentifying or identifying other peoples by their physical characteristics and it turning out to be wrong or misleading or useless. Maybe Caesar himself, plenty of such examples, anything to show the true value or lack thereof of such quotes. So then I let ChatGPT do its research. This was, by the way, ChatGPT 5.1 at the time, and I'll read to you shortly what it tells us.
But did they call themselves Celts?
No, that's just a gag. That's not what it tells us. That's not what ChatGPT told us, Sunua. You know that. What ChatGPT told us. Metatron, this is for you. And so here I'm going to read from ChatGPT, okay? And as you've watched so far, my stream is not just a here's what ChatGPT says by far. I have been going through all sorts of sources myself and presenting it to all of you. And but here it's research into this tangent about the value of such physical descriptions and what they actually mean and so on. And so I want to read what ChatGPT has to say about this. It's going to be a longish read. So that's why I said that this is dense. But it's not that long, and hopefully I won't make it longer, but that's not what I'm known for. And by the way, this is even the short version, so but let's do the following. Let's take a 2-minute break before we get into this, and then we'll really bite this with all the fury. Alright, so I brought the answer here from ChatGPT. I copied the rich text that it gave me with these fancy Unicode characters, pasted it in a text RTF document. Then of course Firefox cannot read it, so I made it a PDF, and now we have it here. So it's quite fancy. So let's read it together. ChatGPT said, short version. Modern scholars treat those tall, blonde, muscular Celts passages as interesting, but very low resolution, stereotype-laden data points, not as a serious way to define who the Celts were or who their descendants are. Below, I'll go in layers. What specialists say about these exact passages. Number 1. How ancient physical descriptions work in general. Number 2. In terms of topoi, propaganda, racism. Of course, racism here, it's trying to use it as a manipulative term, I suppose. That we're not very concerned with this racism in the way that it talks about here. And number 3, how they stack up against epigraphy and autosomal DNA, for example, like Hallstatt, Celtic and Lusitania. And number 4, why YouTube and popularizers are obsessed with them. All right, so let's start. Number 1, modern readings of the specific passages. By the way, these have citations. I'm not sure if they came through, but I'll keep an eye here. But basically, for instance, the first thing that I'm going to read, the first bullet point, has a citation from JSTOR. And so let's read this. Yeah, so it's missing the citation here, but I can give you the citation. Number 1, modern readings of the specific passages. Caesar, the Bello Gallicum. Key ideas in current scholarship. Caesar's quote-unquote ethnography is now read as political rhetoric shaped by Greek models, not neutral anthropology. So I think this would serve well to notice here, Metatron, because you are presenting this as a neutral anthropology. I think that's what your video just did. It was one of these chapters about the origins of the Celts, right? And then you put it as maybe the phenotype chapter. I'm not sure, don't remember exactly what you called it, but you made it a chapter. And then you talked about these physical appearances as if it were neutral anthropology. But of course, a more neutral anthropology would have been presenting these self-identification sort of evidence that I gave instead. But let me go on with the answer. Creer's 2019 article on ethnography in the Gallic War shows how Caesar borrows Greek ethnographic commonplaces and uses them to frame Gaul as a worthy but conquerable enemy and to make his own exploits intelligible to a Roman audience. So it was simply to explain to the Romans what he was doing. That was his main motivation for even grouping these people in 3 peoples, the Gauls, and these people call themselves Celts. You know, remember the Celts, the people that we're afraid of. The citation for this is ethnography in Caesar's Gallic War. Hold on, let me give you the complete title. Ethnography in Caesar's Gallic War and its implications for composition by Tyler Creer. All right. Creer. And this is in jstor.org. It's available there. If you have a Google email, you can read up to 100 papers per month. I'm not affiliated with them. Just a happy customer of their free tier. Next. His famous tripartite Gaul and Gallia Comata, the long-haired Gaul, are administrative and ideological categories, not ethnic ones. They line up more with Roman provincial policy than with any self-definition on the ground. Rankin stresses that Caesar's Celti/Galli labels are convenient fictions more than precise ethnonyms. Here the citation, this is comes up all the time. Celts in the Classical World, David Rankin. Next point. The woad-dyed Britons passage and the emphasis on long hair are part of a barbarian spectacle. They make the enemy look fearsome, exotic, and thus worthy of Roman victory, but they also emphasize the civilizing power of Rome. In other words, we need to make their hair short, like ours. This fits the wider pattern of Roman imperial ethnography analyzed by Jane Webster's this fits the wider pattern of Roman imperial ethnography analyzed by Jane Webster as ethnographic barbarity. The source here is Ethnographic Barbarity, Colonial Discourse, and Celtic Warrior Societies. By Jane Webster. Now let's go into the evidentiary value. Those were the key ideas in current scholarship regarding this work. Let's go to the evidentiary value. Serious historians now mine Caesar, so now they read Caesar, mostly for political geography, campaign logistics, that's the war campaigns, and named groups, and use the long hair woad ferocity as evidence about Roman discourse, not about average Celtic phenotype. In other words, what they're saying about Celts tells us more about the Romans and how they talked about peoples and how they saw themselves and how they compared themselves to people, as I was saying, rather than any sort of average Celtic phenotype. This is why I was saying that the fact that they noticed that they were blonde doesn't mean that this was average. For instance, the Nordics today being blonde, that's not even average for the Nordic people. They're not even 50% blonde. So, but we still say that the Nordic people are blonde because, you know, it's compared to everybody else. And so, of course, the Diodorus Siculus as a Sicilian was comparing to his people. And compared to his people, the Gauls were blonde. And even at another point, he compared to the Britons. Well, the Britons were like the Welsh of the time. And they were farther away from Germanic peoples than the Gauls were. So probably that's what made the Gauls blonder than the Welsh. And so, but again, these are all in perceived quantities. And by no means, these can be, for instance, the Romans being 10% blonde, and then the Celts being 20% blonde, and then the Britons being 15% blonde. You see, they're all minority blonde, but they're still noticed as more or less blonde than the other. But it means nothing about their averages. At best, the hair comments suggest that long hair really was a visible marker of free warrior status in parts of Gaul, supported by sculpture and coin iconography, and that the cosmetic use of lime and perhaps woad existed. They say almost nothing about the full range of appearance in the Celts. The source for this and comment about these topoi is Pergamon and the Hellenistic kingdoms of the ancient world. The author is edited by Carlos A. Picon and Sean Hemingway. Next, the passage about the Britons taller than the Celti, but not so yellow-haired. How classicists treat this. Strabo is a compiler, drawing on Pythias and especially Posidonius, very much, yes, especially for the Celts. His own autopsy, I myself saw, is a couple of spectacular youths in Rome, probably slaves or hostages, i.e. not a random sample. So in other words, what this means, his autopsy, in other words, is his own witness, is only what he has been able to see in Rome, and of course, probably what he got to see in Rome were the best of the best. And so it was not a random sample, but a self-selected sample. Those who get to go to Rome are going to be the best of whatever people he is telling us that he knows about. Parmar's thesis on Strabo stresses how he mixes empirical snippets with older climatic theories and stock ethnographic motifs. So even though he's a self-styled ethnographer, nevertheless he's still prone to fall into these commonplaces. Lampinen and others. Oh, by the way, there's a source for this that I can give. For the Strabo, the source here is for the Strabo comment. It's a thesis to the University of Edinburgh by Hitesh Kumar Parmar called Strabo and India. And now I'm going to go to the next part here. Lampinen and others in work on Greek northern barbarians show that taller, paler, looser-built northerners is a recycled northernist topos applied in various combinations to Celts, Germans, and Scythians. So these three peoples range through the Germanic stock. In other words, Celts are in the southern part of, well, they don't range through the Germanic stock, but the Gauls do, if this were Gauls. So because the Celts are south of the Galatians, and then the Galatians are people of, we could say, Germanic stock. They're like northwestern Europeans that just happen to be in Gaul. In other words, if you imagine that the Belgic people spanned longer, more southward than they currently do, down to the 49th parallel in Gaul, then you have the Gauls as being a Germanic people and thus being liable to be labeled this taller, paler, looser built topos, well, these three topoi. And the Germans, of course, the emblematic people of these three topoi. And then the Scythians, since they were adjacent to the Germanic people, but now on the east side of the Germanic people instead of on the west as the Celts, would also be liable to be under these three topoi by chroniclers. That's why I was saying that these are likely referring to the Galatians, and indeed they ended up being Metatron, when we saw that your Diodorus Siculus quote actually referred to the Galatai, who to Siculus's eyes were not the Celts, were the people north of the Celts in northern Gaul. All right. And so that's why then it makes sense that they are of looser build, they are taller, paler, and blonde. The source for this Lampinen commentary is, give me a second to load this. Istai contra omnium religiones, characterizing northern barbarian religiosity in the Greco-Roman literary tradition from Hellenism to the later empire, by Antti Lampinen. Value suggests that by Strabo's day, Mediterranean writers expected northern islanders to be very tall, somewhat less fair than continental Celts, physically impressive but loosely built, which is morally ambivalent, big but not well proportioned. Yes, exactly. In other words, again, this not well proportioned is simply in our eyes, right? In the eyes of the writers here, what they would have said. And so not well proportioned meaning not proportioned as we are, so differently proportioned, which indeed Northwestern Europeans are differently proportioned from southwestern Europeans. It is not a biometric survey. At best, it tells you that there really were some very tall Britons. Hair in Britain may have skewed slightly darker than among some continental groups, and that Greek-Roman observers thought in climate gradient terms. This I'm not sure because, the Britons are more northern, but again, they're also more western. And so, of course, the west was not associated with blondness, but north was, and perhaps even northwest. Apparently not including Britain, but nevertheless including northern Gaul. And so then that would make sense, right? Because if northwest includes northern Gaul and doesn't include Britain, then it makes sense that the west is being associated with brunette, and so including Britain and Iberia, whereas a more central northwest would only include Germany and northern Gaul. All right. Now to the next quote. The Gauls are of tall of body with rippling muscles, from Diodorus Siculus. But again, we know that this is talking about the Galatians, so these are going to be the northern Gauls. We know this now. This passage is almost certainly derived from Posidonius. It's the classic text your screenshots cite. Modern scholarly reading. Johannes Giesecke's 2024 article on Greek ethnography of the North says Diodorus' description adheres to common topoi about northerners. Wild eating, satire-like appearance, apparently this oversized appearance, huge bodies, bright hair, while still being unusually detailed. He notes Kistler's observation that specific details, lime-washed hair combed back like a horse's mane, torques, shields, line up reasonably well with Celtic self-representation on coinage and sculpture. So there is observation mixed into the stereotypes. David Rankin uses this passage as the canonical statement of the tall blonde Celt. Again, you see how Metatron confusing Celts with all Gauls just because of Julius Caesar ends up erasing the actual Celts from history, because now there's such a thing as a canonical statement of a tall blonde Celt, and that being this statement of tall blonde Galatians, who are northern Gauls and not even Celts according to this self-same author to begin with. So you see the confusion that this all leads us to. That now we're saying that something is a canonical statement of the tall blonde Celts, but this is about the Galatians, who are not even Celts, according to the self-same Diodorus Siculus that said both of these things. So this is a terrible confusion that we're in now, and that's why I'm trying to disambiguate these things. So this canonical statement about the tall blonde Celts ends up being about the tall blonde northern Gauls, who never were called Celts by anyone and never called themselves Celts, but makes clear that it represents what Greek and Roman authors wanted to highlight about Gallic warriors rather than a statistical profile of whole populations. Again, so this is now a scholar reference to what I said, that these things are comparative and they're not absolute. And so I'm going to give you this source here. It's again the book Celts in the Classical World, okay, by David Rankin. The Kistler reference is Beyond the Rubicon, Romans and Gauls in Republican Italy by J.H.C. Williams. Now let's look into the value of this statement by Diodorus Siculus, which again, we know now that he's talking about Nordic people. And so we're going to get something that is very much to do with today. Like, oh yeah, Nordic people are blonde, but that doesn't mean that even majority of them are blonde. So value. Compared with Caesar and Strabo, this passage is richer as an ethnographic vignette. Hair practices, dress, posture, even female stature. But specialists treat it as elite biased, so warriors, nobles, people you notice on campaign or at embassies, because of course these people who are writing to us are very special people. This guy lived a very cushioned life, And so he's not going to be describing to us some people that he saw fighting in battle. He's going to be describing the best of the best who came to talk to the best of his people. And they were received with a luxurious buffet, you see? And of course, they were like 6'5" and of Ripley muscles. All of them were blonde, of course. And so it's a completely biased view towards the elite. Shaped by literary expectations of barbarians, huge, pale, dangerous, excessive. Tinged with early physiognomic thinking, body as an index for moral character. Bottom line, it's good for how Celts looked to a Hellenistic intellectual. Like I said in the beginning, it's not about taking an average, but about how they looked to them in relation to them. Not for what did Hallstatt people or their descendants actually look like on average. For that, we have the DNA. And when we take the DNA of Germany Lek MBA, Middle Bronze Age, which the papers say are what most of the Hallstatt Celts were 100% of, well, it turns out that they're Western Iberians, as we have seen already in another stream. Let's continue here. Number 2, ancient physical descriptions in general. What are they really telling us? Modern work on let me see if there was a something I needed to cite for the physiognomic thinking here. Yeah, the quote for that, the source for that, up to here, I'm going to give you now. Source for that was Physiognomy, Ekphrasis, and the ethnographizing. Wow. So let me try to read this again from the beginning. Physiognomy, Ekphrasis, and the ethnographizing register in the second sophistic by Antti Lampinen. Okay. Now let's go to number 2 here. Ancient physical descriptions in general. What are they really telling us? And so modern work on Greek-Roman ethnography by Hall, Denk, Isaac, Gruen, Webster, Lampinen, etc. converge on a few points. And this, we cite several different works. Let me go ahead and tell you what the names are that I'm going to be referencing. So some I have already cited, like the Istae contra omnium religionis and the ethnographic barbarity colonial discourse. 3 more that I'm going to be citing are Rethinking the Other in Antiquity, Martin Classical Lectures by Eric Gruen et al. Then this book here that I'm not sure the quality of. It says The Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity, so I'm not sure the quality. By Benjamin Isaac, so who knows what quality this is. Then the next work I'm going to be citing is Ethnography and the Colonial World in Theocritus and Lucian by Christopher S. Parmenter. First, topoi and climate theory. Peoples are slotted into pre-existing schemes. North, they're tall, white, ruddy and blonde hair, brave but impulsive, prone to excess. South, small, dark, clever but cowardly or servile. Physical traits are explained by climate and then moralized. For instance, big but unable to endure hard work, or brave but irrational. Then there's this, what it calls proto-racism/physiognomy. Isaac defines ancient quote-unquote racism as the belief in a direct link between physical appearance and mental/moral qualities. Diodorus on Gauls, Tacitus on Germans, blue eyes, red hair, huge frames, etc. are stock examples of this. Sample bias. Authors mostly observe embassy delegations, mercenary bands, slaves/hostages exhibited in Rome, or simply copy earlier works, earlier writers. So their quote-unquote Celts or quote-unquote Germans are often tall warrior elites or striking outliers, not village averages. So it's not really this sort of evidence, Metatron, I'm making the point here, is not really valid to draw any conclusions about the Celts. It really doesn't belong on a video about the origin of the Celts. It's like sort of more for a humor or interest or curiosity about how is it that the Romans saw the Celts, but it really doesn't belong in a video about the Celts themselves. This is a lot more about the Romans and how they saw the Celts, and therefore how the Romans were in relation to these Celts. Apparently more brunette. Better for mentalities than for metrics. Gruen explicitly argues we should treat ethnographic passages as windows on how Greeks and Romans constructed others, end quote, not as factual dossiers about those peoples. Jane Webster shows how classical Celtic warrior, in quotes, stereotypes have distorted even modern archaeology. So this ends up hindering research, that we keep on repeating, the Celts are these blonde, tall, rippling guys, and then now the person that is helping with the archaeology thinks that that is the truth, and ends up perhaps discarding some bones that they shouldn't, or misinterpreting something. And so this has real world consequences in the direction of mistakes. And so these texts do contain some genuine observation, but wrapped in a thick layer of literary convention and ideology. Number 3. How this compares with autosomal DNA, osteology, and epigraphy. Autosomal DNA and phenotype. The Reich Lab Southern Arc supplement is helpful because it explicitly juxtaposes ancient DNA pigmentation predictions with these same classical descriptions. So we're going to look at this work. They find that across Bronze Age and Iron Age West Eurasia, the modal type is dark brown hair, brown eyes, intermediate skin, accounting for about 1/3 of sampled individuals. The pigmented, very blonde, very pale, blue-eyed combinations exist but are rare. Beaker groups, ancestral to much of later Atlantic and Central Europe, do stand out with higher frequencies of blonde hair and blue eyes than Yamnaya and many other southern groups, and their territory broadly overlaps later Celtic and Germanic areas. So these people who came from the east of Rhine and then populated Western Europe by mixing with the megalithic or eliminating them in the northwestern part of Europe, those incoming step-based component-holding peoples, these bell beakers from the corded ware culture, as they separated from the corded ware, they were blonde hair and blue-eyed. But of course, that made eventually the northwestern quadrant of Europe more blonde hair and blue-eyed than the southwestern quadrant, since in the southwestern quadrant these beaker groups mixed with the pre-existing megalithic farmers. The authors note that their phenotype patterns are in agreement with ancient sources that commented on the appearance of Celts, Germans, and Scytho-Sarmatians. So again, the agreement being that if you take the beakers to be the Celts, but again, this is confusing the commentary about the Gauls. Remember that comment on them being blonde, are one of them, the most specific one and most valuable one, is about the Gauls from Diodorus Siculus, so not about the Celts. But immediately labeled those sources stereotypical descriptions of exotic populations and stressed that the texts cover only a narrow time slice and say nothing about actual frequencies. So the genetics says, yes, northwestern groups probably did look lighter on average than Mediterranean populations, and beaker-derived populations are strong candidates for the ancestral substrate of Iron Age Celts, yes. But the modal ancient Celtic phenotype is still something like brown-haired, brown-eyed, intermediate-skinned, with a spectrum that absolutely overlaps modern Iberia, France, Britain, etc., not just a narrow fantasy blonde band. Let me go ahead and open up this work here so we can check it out. Our first observation, table S3, is that the modal phenotype of West Eurasians is one of dark brown hair, brown eyes, and intermediate skin, accounting for roughly 1/3 of samples, both in the southern arc and outside it. The next two most frequent phenotypes have black instead of brown hair, and either intermediate or dark skin. A wide variety of phenotypes are found both within the southern arc and outside it, although several rare depigmented phenotypes at the bottom of table S3 are found only outside of the southern arc. This, however, should be considered with the knowledge of the larger sample size of non-southern arc individuals. The latter include individuals from Europe, outside the countries included in the southern arc, and the steppe to central South Asia. So we can see the statistics here, and I think he affirms this again. By examining simple phenotypes, we see that the southern arc individuals have a lower frequency of light hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin compared to non-southern arc individuals. And a finding that is in agreement with the ancient sources that commented on the appearance of Celts, Germans, and Scytho-Sarmatians from Europe and Central Asia. So again, these Celts are Gauls, so they're Galatians, northern Gauls. Note that these sources are from 1st millennia BC, a narrower time range than that of our samples, which extended millennia into the past. And in table S4, we tabulate phenotypic information for the populations of the Caucasian and Anatolian Aegean Bridge, which are from the Chalcolithic and Bronze Age. So it shows again brown hair, brown eyes, intermediate pigmentation. The Beaker group stands out with its higher frequency of blue eyes and blonde hair. So just higher frequencies, not a majority. This group's territory coincided largely with that of the later historical Celtic and partly Germanic groups of Europe, but none of the individuals from the early Bronze Age Yamnaya cluster exhibited these phenotypes, suggesting a turnover of phenotypes before the time of the written sources. Now, I checked this earlier. I don't think this southern arc is ever defined here. Unfortunately, it appears 32 times. But the first time it appears without any definition. Homozygosity in the southern arc. So I'm not sure what the southern arc is. Doesn't specify anywhere. However, it seems that this is large enough to include where most or all the Celts were. The modal phenotype of the southern arc and West Eurasia, so that's pretty big of a place. I guess that would include all of Western Europe. Was as expected one with dark hair, eyes, and intermediate skin pigmentation, similar to other Eurasians. Surveying the history of thought on human pigmentation differences, we can remark that the ancient writers of the classical world more or less accurately describe the average lighter pigmentation of populations of Central/Northern Europe and the Eurasian steppe, although they lacked the statistical vocabulary to express these in relative terms, you see? So this is exactly what I'm saying. They lacked the statistical vocabulary to say, oh, they're blonder than us, but they're not blonde. They're not all blonde. And so that's why they exaggerated what various ancient groups, such as Celts and Scythians, looked like. So see, Metatron, this is a direct rebuttal, direct academic rebuttal of what you're saying. Here he's saying that these chroniclers exaggerated the appearance of what the appearance of these various ancient groups. They exaggerated what they looked like. Their theory that these differences were linked to climate was fundamentally flawed, as we know that people with quite different pigmentation lived in more or less similar conditions. Example, Central Europe of the time of the farmers, or the medieval period, or the steppe in the early Bronze Age, or the time of the Scytho-Sarmatians with which they were familiar. So I would say that this is speaking very much directly against the presentation that you've just made in terms of trying to show that this is a neutral description of their phenotype. Hallstatt Early Celts. Gretzinger 2024 Hallstatt paper is a good example of how hard evidence looks now. Hallstatt elites from southern Germany are a model that is overwhelmingly derived from Germany Lech MBA, Middle Bronze Age population of the Lech Valley. The Lech Middle Bronze Age group itself, in global PCA distance space, sits close to a broad swath of modern northwestern and southwestern Europeans, including modern Portuguese, French, Swiss, and Germans, as your Fajardo distances show. Nothing in their genomes screams exclusively tall blonde giants. Instead, they look like an early West Central European cluster, which has since diffused and recombined. So in terms of who the Celts were, autosomal DNA plus archaeology gives you time, place, ancestry, components, mobility patterns, kinship structures, like the dynastic succession in Hallstatt, diet, and health. That is orders of magnitude more precise than Diodora's line about Ripley muscles. So you see, Metatron, the comparison here is, I would say that we should up the ante a little bit. In other words, raise the quality of the evidence that we show to explain who the Celts are, because to simply say that Siculus said the Galatians actually are blonde and then mistake that for Celts is, I think, too subpar compared to how much better we could be presenting this this subject by precisely characterizing these people in time, place, in their ancestry components, in their kinship structures, and figuring out exactly what they looked like from patterns of self-identification, who called themselves Celts, what genetics did they have, where were they located. Epigraphic Celts, especially in Iberia. The Iberian evidence you quote is exactly the sort of data set that actually pins Celts and Celtic to real landscapes and communities. Lujan notes that personal names in Celt, like Celtius, Celtianus, Celtiatus, Conceltius, etc., in Iberia or Hispania are overwhelmingly concentrated in western regions like Lusitania and western Baetica, while Celtibear names are spread much more widely. Koch likewise treats Celtius as a recurrent Paleo-Hispanic personal name, part of a larger onomastic dossier linking Celts to western Iberia. Here he's just repeating the arguments that I made before. Dirk's work on the Velsen graffiti shows Celtus Celtius turning up again in the Roman north, confirming its wider currency as a cognomen. And Pliny's remark that the Mirabrigenses who are surnamed Celtici is echoed by Lujan in his discussion of Celticus as an ethnonymic adjective in inscriptions. This kind of evidence is explicit self or community naming. We are Celtici is locatable on a map and meshes with archaeology and now autosomal DNA. Compared to that, quote unquote, tall, blonde, muscular is just color commentary. And this is not meant to be phenotypical commentary. It's just like to make commentary colorful. Why popular intros fixate on those quotes? A few reasons converge. They're vivid and quotable. Oh, the Celts were tall of body, they had Ripley muscles, and were wide of skin makes a great voiceover. A discussion of Lech Middle Bronze Age admixture coefficients doesn't. So you see, I think this is could be a low blow for Metatron. But of course, Metatron is trying to make these videos that are sellable, that are going to get eyes on them and get people interested. So that ends up pushing people to these fantastical narratives, and that ends up diluting the quality of the presentation. And so here I think is one of these examples that we really want to say the headline, and nobody wants to read the article. Why else do the popular intros fixate on these quotes? They're public domain and heavily recycled. From 19th century racial anthropology to Rankin's Celts in a Classical World to Coffee Table Warriors of Europe books, these passages have been endlessly repeated. Many YouTubers are just lifting their Celts 101 from older secondary works that took Diodorus and Strabo at face value. And here I think is one of the sins that we get into when we are simply putting out these videos. Oh, I just need to make a video about the Celts. Let me go ahead and pay some researchers and get them to tell me what the Celts really are, and I'm then just gonna check their work. Oh, okay, checks out, and I check the sources, and it does say what these researchers said. I'm gonna pay these researchers. I'm gonna pay for this video, and there you go. I made the video, and I think that's how we get to these cheap, endlessly repeated cliches and commonplaces of Celts having rippling muscles. And which soldier didn't have rippling muscles, right? All of them had rippling muscles. Let me tell you right now, people. If you want to know who had rippling muscles in the Iron Age, the answer is 100% everyone. Not really, but across all peoples, they all had peoples of rippling muscles, and usually they were soldiers. Yes, that will happen. Number 3. They feed into older Celtic race and Aryan myths. 19th and 20th century writers happily read Diodorus and Tacitus as proof of an ancient Nordic or Aryan super race in northwest Europe. Restream explicitly calls this out, connecting modern Aryan myth to classical descriptions of fair-haired Celts and Germans. Of course, there was a period of time where there was a mania called Nordicism, where people would try and find out that all of the peoples of ancient times, of classical times, of the Iron Age, the peoples who were told about to us by the Greco-Roman chroniclers, there was a tendency to try and find out that somehow they were Nordic people. And so one way to do that would be to say that they were blonde and tall and so on and so forth. And so, unfortunately, and I'm not someone who is going to criticize something for necessarily associating with race or Aryan myths and so on. I'm not someone who's going to necessarily criticize that. But this movement of Nordicism was particularly misinformed and was not exactly trying to unearth the best research. In other words, they were not going to be steel manning the other side, whatever the other side was in their minds. They were really just mining for any evidence that could defend what they had already concluded. They already had the conclusion, and they were just shopping for evidence. And so, unfortunately, Metatron, even though you and I are not the type to be, screaming, "Oh, racism, this and that," but unfortunately, this falls into that movement of Nordicism, of trying to find out that all the ancient peoples were secretly Nordic. And if only we pay attention to how the chroniclers were describing them, then we'll find out that they really were, under that helmet, under that Celtic helmet, they were blonde and blue-eyed Germanic through and through, and a brave, loose-limbed warrior. But of course, that's not actually what's being even communicated here. If we read more critically, right? Again, they were simply saying these things in comparison to themselves. They were not saying these people are 100% all Nordics, Danes, Vikings come straight from Scandinavia. That's not what they were saying. And so it's only in that sense that I criticize this. It's that it's putting it in a category where everyone must be Nordic, and therefore now you've taken the Celts away from Southwestern Europeans and you've given it to Northwestern Europeans. That, to me, Metatron, is the sin here, all right? It's not about getting into these so-called racist myths. It's nothing to do with that. The point is that even if they weren't racist, whatever the racist means here, the point is that you're taking away the name of the Celts from the Southwestern Europeans and giving it to Northwestern Europeans in the minds of all the readers. So now you've made, in the minds of your audience, Metatron, you've made the Celts a Nordic people. But the Celts were a Western people. They weren't a Southern people and they weren't a Northern people. They were a Western people, like the Iberians today are. Or more technically, they were this Central European people, but located geographically in Western Europe. All right, so genetically and autosomally, the Iberians today and in the Iron Age and in the Bronze Age are and were Central European, as we have seen before in other streams. I can splice the clip here. And but of course they were located geographically in Western Europe. But and so in no respect were they either Northern or Southern Europeans. They were only Central Europeans located in Western Europe. Those ideas still leak into modern nationalist and online subcultures, which encourages a fixation on blondness and height. It's much easier than learning the post-2015 archaeogenetics and epigraphy. And I think it's so excellent that he gave this threshold here. Let me see if I remember why. It's because, oh, I do remember why. I'm so glad that this was mentioned now, because I didn't remember that he was going to say this. But the paper that Metatron that you were criticizing in the previous video, let's find it here, because that paper was from 2015. And then you'll see why I'll bring it up again. See if I remember the name of it. I think it was in Science Direct. No. It was in I think I found it. Yeah, this. So Metatron, the video that I rebutted first from you was that video where you said that the Irish are for sure Celts, and that this article was full of garbage. And it says here 2016 discovery, but when we went to the paper, remember that it was 2015. I'm gonna bring the paper again so that we can see, but it was 2015. It's this one. I can close the other tab. It doesn't matter anymore. So this was the paper. And when you read it, you criticized it. You said, oh, this paper is full of garbage because it's saying that the Irish are not Celts, but for sure they're Celts. Well, you see now here when we're reading this by ChatGPT, it says it's much easier than learning the post-2015 archaeogenetics and epigraphy. Well, check out when this paper is from the end of 2015. So this was exactly the break. This was exactly the pivotal point where we found out, finally, that the peoples of at least Western Europe, but really all of Europe, we started finding out slowly, have all been forged in the Bronze Age and not in the Iron Age, as people thought before 2015. And so this is the pivotal point, again confirmed by ChatGPT, that there was a change in 2015 with archaeogenetics. And I think that the history and the material that you make about the Celts, Metatron, is usually this pre-2015 material, because you're still assuming that they are these Hallstatt people that migrated in the Iron Age westward and Celticized Western Europe, whereas that stuff happened essentially in the Bronze Age, almost 2,000 years before when you think it did. And that shift in academia on how to view the Celts has changed from 2015, but your narrative hasn't. And so it says, pop history creators often work fast and shallow. Reading Rankin plus a couple of Loeb translations is easy. Digesting Olaude, Gretzinger, Lujan, Koch, etc. is hard. Visual media bias. Video needs an immediate visual hook. Picture a huge blonde warrior with lime-spiked hair is perfect storyboard material. Picture a Bronze Age farmer whose genome clusters at distance 0.04 to Portugal is not. So how much weight should we give these passages? If we rank evidence for who the Celts were/are, roughly, 1. Hard context. Archaeology and autosomal DNA. Tells us where, when, how groups formed and moved, what their biological relationship is to modern populations. Shows that Hallstatt/Latin Celts are rooted in beaker-transformed Central Atlantic Europe, genetically overlapping heavily with today's Western Europeans, including Iberians. And I think this is perfect. This Central/Atlantic Europe. It's essentially Alpine/Atlantic Europe, to be even more precise. So I would say that this almost got it perfectly, and I would say that Iberians, therefore, we could define very technically and very precisely as an Alpine Atlantic people. The people who are the least Alpine in Iberia are the Eastern Iberians. No, actually, they are the Southwestern Iberians. And they are 50% Atlantic, which is here a proxy for Chalcolithic Iberian, or these Chalcolithic age, Copper Age, megalithic farmers. And the other half, they are Alpine, and then the people who are most Alpine are these Western Iberians, including Portuguese and Galicians, and there are 2/3 Alpine and 1/3 Atlantic. And so basically that's the admixture range of Celts, both modern and Iron Age. Number 2, language and onomastics, including Iberian Celts names. These tell us who actually called themselves Celti, Celtici, Celtiberi, etc., and how those labels were distributed, of course. Material, culture, and art. Hairstyles, weaponry, torques, dresses, as represented by the communities themselves. Coins, sculpture, grave goods. These sometimes align nicely with the literary descriptions, which let us calibrate the texts. Classical literary descriptions in 4. My quotes. Your quotes, Metatron. Useful for confirming that contemporaries perceived certain groups as relatively tall, fair, and muscular compared to Mediterraneans. So you see, this is exactly what I said in the beginning. This is all that those quotes that you mentioned are good for. They don't even tell us that, therefore, the Celts must have been 30% blonde, 50% blonde, 25% blonde, 10% blonde. It tells us nothing. It just tells us more than the Romans. More than the Romans, that's all. It's useful for insight into how Romans and Greeks constructed Celts versus Britons versus Germans. So to compare how they constructed all these other groups, it's also useful. So it doesn't talk just about the Romans and the Greeks. It doesn't say something just about themselves, but about relatively the groups that they described. So between the groups that they described, it tells us something about that. But again, not specifically about each group, just in relation to each other. And it's useful for specific cultural practices, like knowing which ones practiced lime washing hair, had a long hair as a status marker, used woad, practiced chariotry, etc. When these are cross-checked archaeologically, so they cannot be relied upon by themselves. What is it not useful for? Those phenotypical descriptions you just gave, Metatron. It's not useful. They're not useful for quantifying how frequent any phenotype was. They're not useful for mapping modern peoples to ancient ones, which I think those descriptions implicitly well, implicitly imply, right, to be redundant. But I think you would agree with this, right, Metatron? I think it's reasonable to say that when you talk about the Celts as being these blonde and loose build and tall and pale warriors, that you're then pretty much saying that the Celts were a sort of a Nordic people. And that means that you're mapping them to currently Germanic peoples, to modern day Germanic peoples. And so to me, that's the main problem of what you're doing. It's because then you're giving away the identity of these very much Western Europeans located in southwestern Europe, and very much Central Europeans also in terms of genetics. You're giving their identity away to these Northern Europeans who are a different people, a different sub-ethnicity, and not a people who are actually called Celts in ancient times. They were actually called Galatians. Both Strabo and Siculus were calling them that, Galatians and Gallians. And so the way you present it induces people to map them incorrectly to Nordic people today as opposed to Iberians today. I think this is the main issue with the way that you presented your material. And so this is why I have to criticize it here. And I have to say that I don't agree with how you presented the Celts. I don't agree with how you presented their phenotype. I think it's clear from the research that we saw by David Reich that they must have been brunette in both eyes and hair. So they must have had brown eyes and brown hair. And it even argued that they had intermediate skin. And it says here, not useful for arguing that real Celts must look like X and not like Y. Because again, we don't know the quantities for these, and we don't know the distribution. They are, in other words, low resolution, high ideology snapshots. And finally, the last, next to last here, a couple of instructive parallels, misleading or overused physical ethnography. Tacitus in Germania famously describes all Germans as blue-eyed, red-haired, huge, pure, and unmixed. Modern scholarship by Reeves, Isaac, Winkler, etc. treats this as heavily moralized picture that later fed straight into blah, blah, blah. Okay, we've already seen this. But it says it's not as literal population genetics. So this is ideology and not literal population genetics. So not even the Germans, we can see by their example, right? They were described as being all blue-eyed and red-haired and huge and all pure and unmixed. But of course, I actually don't agree with this because actually these people in 1945 did not say that the Germans were unmixed, right? They said that the Germans were a mix of 5 ethnicities, right? Including the Westish, the Nordic, there was the Eastern ethnicity there. There was a Central ethnicity there as well. And so I think it was a mixture of 5 different ethnicities that made up the Germanic people, and that one of them was the Nordic ethnicity. So, but Tacitus went further than the 1945 people, and he said, no, those Germans are unmixed. They're all blue-eyed and red-haired, and they're all huge. And that's not even true today. Very unlikely to have been true then. Scythians and Sarmatians, also described as tall, blue-eyed, light-haired, essentially the same northern topos applied to steppe peoples. Yet, autosomal DNA shows a complicated mix of steppe, Far Eastern, and later Iranian-related ancestries with wide phenotypic variation. So here we have an example that has already been shown to be inaccurate. Those descriptions, topoi-laden phenotypical descriptions have shown to be inaccurate. Egyptians black-skinned woolly-haired in some Greek sources versus painted tomb portraits versus autosomal DNA. Actually, I think this is ancient DNA. I keep saying autosomal, but I think this is ancient DNA. It might be. Another case where a few vivid ethnographic lines long dominated racial discourse, but modern data show much more variation. So it's constantly this pattern of the topoi say something fixed, but then, of course, the reality is much more variation, and those fixed attributes are usually not in the majority. These parallels are why Many historians now insist that descriptions of bodies tell us more about the writer's anxieties and ideals than about the target people. Bringing it back to your core point, you're absolutely right that Hallstatt 10, ancient DNA, plus Iberian epigraphy, Celtius, Celtici, Celtiberia, etc., are playing in a different league of evidential power than tall, blonde, ripply muscles. Those classical quotes become genuinely useful only when they're treated as one layer in a multi-layered reconstruction, and when they're filtered through awareness of their cliches, motives, and sample bias. I do think that you're trying to make Metatron. You're trying to make it into one layer in a multi-layered reconstruction, but you don't have any self-identification layers in your reconstruction. So your reconstruction is solely exonymic. And so in that sense, I don't think that your layering is the same as what this is suggesting. I think that you still sin here. They're filtered through awareness of their cliches, motives, and sample biases. I don't think you have filtered them through this awareness. I don't think you have even said to your audience that nowadays most academics will consider the Bello Gallico as a propaganda work. I think you're taking it as an ethnographic work. And you even defended it by saying that Julius Caesar must have known what these people looked like because of his unduly large experience dealing with these people and so on. And so I think you actually defended Julius Caesar as an ethnographer instead of showing him as simply a politician that has ulterior motives through his propaganda. And so I think that you sin here as well. If you wanted a one-sentence use policy for those passages, use them as illustrations of how Greeks and Romans imagined certain Celtic elites, not as anatomical blueprints for who counts as Celtic in the past or present. And that is it. That is what I wanted to cover in this stream. I'm glad that I was able to cover this point. This is the point that you make before you get into something else. Let me see here. What is the next thing? Oh yeah, you get into the traditional model versus some other model. So you get into the competing models of for the Celts, the roots of the Celts. So this is going to be basically the second half of the video, and we're going to get into these models next. But for now, I'm going to leave you at this, and then the next stream hopefully will conclude the Celts by Metatron. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, take care.
But did they call themselves Celts?